To accept the nomination to act as the chair for today's meeting.
Is he here?
Yes.
Good morning. Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much. I accept nomination.
You must also be all there.
Congratulations, Honorable Mutise. You are the acting chair for the meeting. Over to you.
Let's go.
Thank you. Thank you very much, honorable members. Good morning once again. I have been briefed that the chair is not available and that she's in Zambia. I am also told that there's a huge delegation from the department. The delegation today is led by Honorable Deputy Minister Soju, the chairperson of South African Weather Services is also here, the CEO of Weather Services, the CFO of Weather Services, Executive of Corporate Services in SOurce, another executive of Weather and Climate Services, the acting executive of Infrastructure Information System, the specialist strategy planning and reporting of South African Weather Services, the board chairperson of Isimangaliso Wetland Parks Authority, the CEO and the CFO of Isimangaliso, the department representative of the South African Weather Services Board, the representative of Isimangaliso Board, the chairperson of SANBI, the CEO of SANBI, the head of Biodiversity Science and Policy Advice, the CFO of SANBI, the COO of SANBI is here, SunParks Board Chairperson, SunParks Board Member, SunParks Board Member, SunParks Board Member again, and then SunParks Board Member again. And then the acting CFO of SunParks is here. The COO of SunParks is also here. SunParks Executive Conservation Services, the DFFE representative of SANBI Board, the DFFE representative of SunParks Board, the DFFE representative of South African Weather Services Board, the representative of Isimangaliso Board is here. Mr. I think it's Kutu, the Director of Strategic Management. It is not specified where he is from. Nom Sahani, the head of the Office of the Deputy Minister. And then you have PLOs of the Minister, the PLO of the Deputy Minister. And then you have the Office of the Director General, Maestri, Miss Maestri. And then the support officer in the Office of the Minister is also here. And then Ms. Buiswa Dibongo, parliamentary support staff member in the Office of the ODG. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you honorable members. I am just trying to check who is here. I see Mrs. Weber, she's here. Honorable Weber, Honorable Bryant is here. the Deputy Minister already acknowledged. Honorable Kancho is also here. Honorable Mbata is here. Honorable Mkunu is also here. May I check formally if there are any apologies that might have received, Chilega?
Yes, Mr. Matisse, we have the apology of the chair, like I said, and Honorable Singh. I also received an apology of the minister and the DG.
Okay.
I'm sorry, my network is unstable. I've got load shedding. Can you hear me?
No, we can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, thanks.
Okay.
All apologies that I have received.
All right. With all of that being said, thank you, Chilis. Can we then move can we get a mover for the adoption of the agenda?
Good morning, Chair. It's Kancho. I move for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kancho. Can we get a seconder?
I second, Chair.
Thank you.
I second.
Thank you, Honorable Paulsen. Deputy Minister, you have borrowed time. This is your opportunity to lead the delegation.
Thank you very much, Chairperson or Acting Chairperson, and good morning to yourself and the members of Parliament. And let me also extend my greetings to the management of our 4 entities and the DEFI officials who are part of the meeting. Chair, I would also like to just convey an apology from the DDG, Flora Mkhwatlo, who is not well and who is responsible for the biodiversity and conservation a branch in the department. Chair, as you have said that I'm leaving on a borrowed time, of course, mine is just to say that we'll be led by the CEOs and the board chairpersons who are in the meeting. Will take us through our presentation through yourself, Chair. From myself, I hand over back to yourself. Will be led by the 4 entity CEOs and their chairpersons, that is the chairpersons of the boards. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DM. By the agenda, according to how it's scheduled, we will be led from the beginning by South African Weather Services. Can I now invite the chairperson of the South African Weather Services to give us a briefing, and then we'll go straight to the presentation.
Good morning, Acting Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Deputy Minister, and esteemed colleagues, representatives from other organizations. It is my privilege to introduce the South African Weather Services Annual Report for the period 1st April 2021 to 31st March 2022. With me is the source management team led by the CEO, Mr. Isham Abada, the CFO, Mr. Norman Mzizi, Executive Weather and Climate Services, Dr. Jonas Mpepia, Ms. Petro Decker, who is the Executive Corporate Services, Mr. Mnikeli Ndabambi, Executive Infrastructure and Information Systems, and supported by Mr. Dituso Mohapi, who is the Specialist Strategy, Planning and Reporting. During the year under review, the board ensured that South African Weather Services operated within the relevant governance and legal prescripts. This is evidenced by the continuous improvement in our audit outcome from the Office of the Auditor General of South Africa and maintaining an unqualified audit opinion with notable significant improvements from the previous year. Furthermore, significant appointments, notably the appointment of the new CEO were made to improve, among others, the governance and compliance matters in the entity. South African Weather Services' optimal production relies heavily on the availability of financial enablers to ensure that the desired yields on investment are attained. It is in this context that South African Weather Services continues to rely heavily on the support from government in the form of government grant allocation from shareholder, which is significant in ensuring the long-term sustainability of the entity. To sustain its operations, the entity was allowed by the DFFE and National Treasury to convert part of its government infrastructure grant of 124.9 million into an operational expenditure grant for the year.
Recording in progress.
This ensured that the entity was able to sustain its operations and meet its obligations of employee costs. Furthermore, the DFFE allocated 15 million to South African Weather Services as part of a 100 million grant that is to be provided over 3 years as a government infrastructure grant to replace aging infrastructure and invest in new technologies. The South African Weather Services 2021-2022 performance of 82.14% against its annual performance plan indicates an improvement by 12.14% when compared with the previous year's achievement. This achievement was made possible through concerted efforts by management and employees of South African Weather Services, despite the challenges of economic conditions that negatively affected South African Weather Services' statutory commercial revenue from the aviation sector. The entity's commitment and resilience in the delivery of services, despite the disruptive economic environment presented by the COVID-19 pandemic, must be commended. The entity continued to focus on its main priority, that is to provide science-based weather, climate and environmental solutions, while simultaneously growing the entity. The entity also worked on increasing its scientific competency provisions of user-friendly meteorological products and services, as well as disseminating of information in the most comprehensive and user-friendly way. It is with delight that I would like to share with the Portfolio Committee and the public at large that South African Weather Services published the Regional Weather and Climate of South Africa, Southwestern Cape, which consists of a comprehensive overview of the weather and climate of the extreme southwestern part of South Africa. This publication covers a wide range of topics, including the prevailing wind, surface temperature, sunshine, radiation, and precipitation conditions in the region, as well as the evidence of impacts of climate change. This report can be an extremely useful planning tool for the Southwestern Cape region. In collaboration with the Coastal Marine Applied Research Group based at Plymouth University, a rip current forecasting tool was developed for the Cape Peninsula coastline. Rip currents were monitored over the summer period 2021-2022 with the assistance of the National Sea Rescue Institute and the Cape Town lifeguard teams. The aim is to develop an operational risk, rip current risk forecasting system to enable safety personnel to better prepare for hazardous beach conditions. This is one of the numerous examples of the work of the entity to help in the safeguarding of lives and property. The radar functionality and priority areas air quality stations remained a challenge that persisted from previous financial year. The availability of the CAPEX budget allocated for the medium term during the year under review is gradually assisting with the overall refurbishment and upgrading of the observations infrastructure. power supply disruptions, incidents of theft and vandalism of infrastructure continued to affect the stability of source of the observations infrastructure. Management has since made and continues to implement plans to counter attempts of theft and vandalism of South African Weather Services infrastructure. Acting Chairperson, as I conclude my overview, I bring to the attention of the Portfolio Committee that the Auditor General of South Africa performed the necessary audit process on the performance information in order to provide reasonable assurance in the form of an audit conclusion. The audit conclusion on the performance against predetermined objectives was included in the report to management with no material findings reported. The Auditor General audited the financial statements of South African Weather Services and concluded the process by expressing an opinion that the financial statements presents fairly in all material respects the financial position of South African Weather Services as at 31st March 2022. Acting Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, please allow me to request the Chief Executive Officer and the Chief Financial Officer to present the summary of South African Weather Services Annual Report of 2021-2022. I thank you.
Sean?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm just trying to get my camera sorted so that you can see me. Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee, chairs of the boards, Deputy Minister, I'm sorry, chairs of the boards, our colleagues. Good morning, everybody. Chair, I'd just like to mention that Mr. Ndabambi is not in the meeting. He's actually in Geneva at an international meeting. He's represented in this meeting by Ms. Lebogang Magati. And if there are any questions, she'll be responding to those in terms of the infrastructure portfolio. Chair, with your permission, I'd start the presentation. There are a number of slides, and as is the custom, Chair, we will take it that the presentations have been read. So we'll just focus on the areas of significance during the presentation. If that's okay with you, Chair, I'll then proceed. The first slide, please proceed to slide number 6. Chair, the board chairperson has already alluded to this slide. I just want to emphasize that there were no material findings reported under the predetermined objectives heading in the auditor's report. Next slide, please. Can you hear me? Thank you. In terms of this slide, the chair has also indicated that we've achieved 82.14% of our targets for the year. There were 28 targets and the 82% makes up 23 of those targets. We partially achieved 4 of them and 1 was missed, and we'll address that one as we go along, Chair. Can we go then next to slide number 16, please? Thank you. This is the first partial achievement under Program 3 in terms of our infrastructure and information systems. The underachievement here related to the percentage of availability of the Global Atmospheric Watch, or the GAW infrastructure. The target, Chair, was 85%. We managed to achieve 82%. There were challenges in terms of our ozone soundings, the balloons that go up, And then also one of our nitrous oxide instruments suffered a complete failure. In the interim, however, we've managed to fix up the issue around the ozone soundings. Can we then move to slide 18, please? Chair, this indicator is also under program 3 and talks to the percentage of priority areas air quality stations availability. The target there was 85%. Mid-year we achieved 70%, and then we amended the target during the midterm review. Next slide, please. In terms of this slide, this is the full year achievement, and you'll see there, Chair, that we amended the target to 75%, and we achieved 69.44%. The reasons for this was largely due to theft and vandalism, particularly at the Three Rivers station, and there was also a transformer that was damaged at the Sebokeng station. We, in terms of corrective measures, we have an ongoing network recapitalization process. Then can we go to slide 22, please? Chair, this is the one target that was not achieved. It's the BBB level rating that we are trying to improve. We had challenges in terms of skills development as well as the enterprise and supplier development pillars of the BBB rating. In terms of our corrective measures, Chair, we're looking at improving the skills development expenditure, and then also looking at how the other two pillars related to the supplier development and enterprise development can be improved. Obviously, the issue is impacted by finances, so we are attempting to fix that, Chair. Then, Chair, if you can move to slide 23. Slide 23, apologies, Chair. This is program 4. Under program 4, we have the planned target was 28.6 million rand of unregulated commercial revenue, where we only achieved partially 26.8 million rands for the financial year. The challenges were because of the lower revenue from our advisory and consulting fees, as well as some air quality related income. Then there were also lower revenues that were generated from information fees due to the dry winter season. We have, as a corrective measure, the revenue turnaround implementation plan that we continue to implement. Then, Chair, I'd like to go to slide 25. Chair, in terms of this slide, we had indicated we're going to place 5 work integrated learning learners. We partially achieved this in that we placed 4 of them, 5 initially. One of them then resigned during the course of the year. But despite that, we had a target of 3 people with disabilities being employed, and we actually managed to employ 4 in that instance. Then, Chair, I'd like to move to slide 27, which is the overall performance in relation to program 4. And as you can see, Chair, that's the only one with a red in terms of the BBBEE. Then, Chair, I'd like to skip over the highlights and lowlights. I'm assuming that those have been read, and then move directly, Chair, to just in terms of our employment equity. just to give the committee an indication of where we are with that, because I think that's important, specifically related to the BEE targets. So can we move to slide 32, please? Thank you. So Chair, this just gives an indication as at 31st of March 2022. In terms of our target, we required 190 African males. We only had 185 at that point, but there have been changes subsequently. In terms of our colored male employees, the target was 24. We have 2 that are more than the target. In terms of the Indians, the target was 8. We only have currently 6 in the organization as at March, sorry. And then in terms of white employees, we had a target of 45, and as at March, we had 46 white male employees on the books. Next slide, please. Slide number 33. Chair, in terms of this slide, this relates to females. You'll see our target was 149 there. We had, as at March, 146. In terms of colored females, we had a target of 17. Our current then was 15. In terms of Indian females, the target was 8. We had 3 in the organization. And in terms of white females, the target was 28, and we had 26 in the organization. Next slide, please. In terms of our disabled employees, Chair, you'll see there that in terms of the male target, we required 1 person. We in fact have 8 on the books. And then in terms of the female employees, the target was to have 2 female disabled employees on the books, and we in fact have 6. So we have exceeded the target there. Chair, I'd like to ask to move to slide 36, and I'm going to hand over, Chair, to the CFO of the entity, Mr. Mzizi, to take us through the financials. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mzizi.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, Deputy Minister. Thanks very much for this opportunity. And I'll start with slide 38, where we indicate our statement of financial performance. Chair, as you can see, our commercial revenue is sitting at 104 million, and our reliance on government grant of 350, as the Chair has indicated, it's about 73%. Our commercial revenue is 21%. And what I would like to indicate is pre-COVID, that 104, it was around 130 million pre-COVID. However, due to the impact of COVID, that amount has reduced, and it's envisaged that by the year 23-24, we will achieve pre-COVID figures. Thank you. Can we go to slide 45? I'll take now, in terms of our audit performance, we achieved an unqualified audit opinion, and our financial statements were fairly presented in all material respects in terms of the financial position, as well as the financial performance and the cash flow. Chair, there were no material audit findings on the financials. Safe to say, we had an audit finding on the irregular expenditure of 353,000 for the current year, which was incurred due to expired contracts. And if it was not because of this audit finding on irregular expenditure of 353,000, we could have achieved a clean audit. there were no fruitless and wasteful expenditure in 21-22. And in terms of this irregular expenditure, we've been working hard to address them. And we envisage that by the end of October, we'll have cleared most, or if not all, these irregular expenditure coming from that were incurred in 21-22. The next slide, please, will be 47. Now, Chair, in terms of the irregular expenditure, these are the areas that, or these are the steps that we do to address the irregular expenditure. And the next slide gives the details of the next slide, which is slide 48, gives the details of that 353,000. It consisted of 4 cases. And what we have done is we have applied consequence management, and we submitted requests for condonation for all these instances so that they can be condoned by National Treasury. Now, out of these 4, we received the feedback of 2, and which amount to 212,000. And we're still waiting for the response of the other 2 cases. The next slide, please. Now, Chair, in terms of the irregular expenditure, we have this irregular expenditure that culminate from the prior years, which amounts to about 41 million irregular expenditure and 2.2 million of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Now, the details of the irregular expenditure, it's about 300,000 for expired contracts, 3.2 million for proper, where we didn't follow proper and procurement processes in 2017. And we have about 4.6 million where we did not follow the proper process to appoint the employees in 2017. And we had about 32 million where we exceeded the budget in 2019-20. Chair, as I've indicated, all these cases of irregular expenditure, we are addressing them as management. We do investigations, we apply consequence management. And now, as I've indicated, that we've already submitted the 3 cases to National Treasury. And 1 case we are busy with, whereby we appointed a service provider after our submission to National Treasury, where National Treasury requested us to get an independent service provider just to confirm the assertions of management. And we're currently busy with that. And we've got 3 cases where those items were classified as irregular. After we consulted with Treasury, they indicated to us that they are not irregular expenditure per se, because in those instances, management didn't follow, like in the appointment of staff, where if you transgress your own internal policies, it's a non-compliance of your internal policies, but it's not an irregular item. And then hence those items, we will be submitting them to the board meeting so that they can be removed from the register of irregular expenditure. Now, in terms of our plan, we envisage that all these irregular expenditure of prior years, we intend to clear them this month. And the 2.2 million, next slide, please. the 2.2 million relates to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, whereby an amount of about 2.2 million was incurred, whereby we had a service provider that was providing a number of modules, about 8 modules. And out of the 8 modules, we had 1 module that was not properly implemented. And we engaged the service provider, and we agreed with the service provider that they will render other services. And this was done so that we avoid the litigation costs. And we have agreed with the service provider, and we are going to make a presentation to the board so that the proposal from the service provider, if they are accepted by the board, then it will settle this matter. And Chair, I must indicate that we take irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure very seriously, because this is an item that cost us not to achieve a clean audit. And then hence we are applying all what we can to make sure that we don't incur this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. CFO. Honorable members, it is now our opportunity to engage with the presentation. By sign of hands, Honorable Paulsen, you'll be the first. Honorable Bryant, you'll be the second. Honorable Weber, you'll be the third. Rustenberg. Honorable Phillips, you'll be the fourth. I got shocked. Who's Rustenberg now? All right, in that order, Honorable Paulsen.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation, Mr. Abada. The Chairperson spoke of impact-based weather system, and how is this different from our previous system? And also, if this system has been tested through pilot phases, what were the successes from those phases, and how accurate were these warnings? And then also, there's a risk of our ability to predict and issue early warnings for severe weather events due to the deteriorating network of weather stations, and also because of a lack of funding. What are we doing about ensuring that we remedy the situation? Because we know that weather prediction has become more and more critical for us. If you look at recent severe weather occurrences. And then also, there are over 5 million South Africans that identify as colored and 4.6 million that identify as white. Yet the target for white males and female employees is much higher than your target for colored males and females. Why is that, since it doesn't align to the total population for those particular groups? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Paulsen. Honorable Bryant.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I'd first like to congratulate South African Weather Service on achieving an unqualified audit. It is in stark contrast to the department, for instance, which unfortunately again has had a qualified audit this year round. And I think in many ways the entities, or at least some of the entities, are leading the way in terms of ensuring that they follow best practice and that they are compliant across the board. There are a couple of targets, obviously, that weren't met, but in all, it is a good presentation and significant improvement again on the performance of last year. I was also heartened to see the cooperation that's taking place between the South African Weather Service and other spheres of government. The program to work with City of Cape Town lifeguards, I think is a fantastic initiative. I know that those lifeguards do incredible work here in the Cape, and to see the entity working with other spheres in such a cooperative manner is really fantastic. Following on from that, though, I know there was some discussion earlier in the year after the tragic floods in KZN, that perhaps some of the infrastructure of the South African Weather Service was not functioning optimally, and particularly the weather stations. Would I'm not sure which one of the officials would like to take this question or to answer, but is there confidence that the equipment is functioning optimally at present? The first question. And secondly, in the same way that you are working so well with the lifeguards in Cape Town, has a similar approach now been undertaken to try and work more closely with local authorities following on from the tragic events in KZN with the flooding, to ensure, even if the South African Weather Service are doing their job, to ensure that those local government entities that perhaps need a bit of assistance are being pulled along and said, you know, how can we assist you further, and you know, what systems can be put in place further to what is currently there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Honorable Weber.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I have a specific question regarding your weather monitoring stations, as well as to your online system, the SAQIS. I've been on this for quite a while, and I've asked some questions around this. According to my calculations, you spend a lot of money, and it is sometimes updated, but out of 181 current weather services, 82 have no data, under which some of them is major polluters like Kendall and krill and grootvlei. There's no data. So my question is, every time we ask about this, we answer this is updated, it is correct, but 82 that has no data on the system, of which 99 does have. So it's almost half of the weather stations that's not functional on your online system. Is this true in the real world? What I mean is, or do they just not update them? Because this is a system we need to rely on. So if I can have clarity on this, my question is rather clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Weber. Honorable Phillips.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to apologize for the incorrect name on my screen. I have to exit the meeting to be able to change it. And I also apologize for not turning my camera on. We've got load shedding. So you can either have my camera or you can have my sound, but I can't do both. I just have a question about the presentation concerning the ozone sounding, or the radio sondes as they are called. Those of you who've been on previous meetings will know that I've asked a number of questions about this on the meetings. I've also put in written questions. It's very concerning to know that a contract for a very technical piece of equipment was actually given out to a company who had no experience whatsoever in supplying radio sondes. Previously, they were actually reps for Coca-Cola. And I did raise this on a number of occasions, and what I'd like to know is what consequences were implemented for the people who awarded this contract, or actually a double contract, to two different companies, and how long was the weather services without the information required from radiosondes due to this contract being awarded incorrectly. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Phillips. Honorable Mchunu.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and greetings to the Deputy Minister and everyone in the meeting. Thank you for the presentation, and we appreciate the fact that SOurce have an unqualified audit report. My question is on the slide program 3 infrastructure, where the challenge being the theft and vandalism of Three Rivers Station. My question is how much involvement have we? How much have we involved the subs in investigating this? Because we can come up with the recapitalization process, but if we don't get if we don't work with the law enforcement agencies, we might continue to have such a challenge. And the other one is on the on program 4 administration, that one of triple BEE on the low scoring under skills development and enterprise suppliers. And the corrective measures there, which the CEs indicated, is that they want to improve skills development expenditure on learning programs and supplier development initiatives. Have they done, Honorable Chair, an analysis that gives us that gives SOurce an indication in terms of the skills development at a tertiary level, and also at a school level, if there is anything that is talking towards new skills coming up, and also in terms of the suppliers. Do we have an indication which suppliers and in terms of the previously disadvantaged communities, are they coming up, or the suppliers that we're talking about are still suppliers that were that were there previously? Yes, they can continue, but how do they develop those that were the suppliers that have been there? How do they assist the upcoming suppliers or the previously disadvantaged from the previously disadvantaged communities, so that we can see and be able to achieve that rating, that triple BEE rating? I would like to get that, if they've done any analysis on that, and do they have the actual data of what is really happening? The CFO chairperson spoke about the Treasury approving, out of the irregular expenditure, approving 122,000, and the prospects of the other part of the irregular expenditure being approved by the Treasury. Is it positive, or are we not certain whether it's going to be approved or not? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Kunu. Just check if there are further hands. Honorable Paulsen, is this a legacy hand?
It's an old hand, Chair.
Sure. Honorable Mbata, your turn.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to know if the SAWIs have got the monitoring and evaluation strategy in place for their SCM, because most of the problems that ended up getting irregular expenditure and fruitless wasteful expenditure, I believe they are from the supply chain procedures. What are their monitoring and evaluation strategy, an ongoing one from the, I believe that it must come from the project manager when he or she start preparing the RFQ document until the end that there is a tender that is awarded to a certain individual. And also, what are the consequence management that have been taken towards the employees or officials, whether from the project manager or from the supply chain officials, in order to curb such irregular expenditure or fruitless, wasteful expenditure? Thank you.
Chairperson.
Honorable Gancho, please proceed.
Sorry, Chairman, I'm struggling with my gadget. I've been trying to raise my hand. Good morning, Chairperson and colleagues. And let me thank SOS for their presentation. Chair, I only have one question from SOS. You know, as we were busy with public hearings, one thing that came strongly in the communities was their regional weather indicators that are not clear. And they raised that it makes them difficult to even prepare for any kind of disaster, for any kind of fire, because they don't even know whether there will be fire or something like that. So can they tell us about their regional indicators? Do they have clear systems with regards to that? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Let me check. Spelelego. Just from my side, I want to join the chorus that congratulates South African Weather Services for receiving an unqualified audit opinion from the AG. But chairperson of the board and the CEN together with the CFO, you make it sound so easy, you know. It's 353,000, and it's one case. This is taxpayers' money we're talking about. We congratulate you indeed, but 353,000 is just a lot. And had it not been because of this 353,000, you would have received a qualified audit or a better result. Now, all outstanding cases are planned to be cleared by the end of October. Today it's the 18th of October. Do you have an audit intervention plan? You know, by when should we expect a program of action that speaks to these corrective measures of 353,000? If my memory serves me well, you spoke about assisting your staff to manage contracts. I find it very disturbing that you have somebody who's in a management and who does not understand the process of managing a contract to an extent that 353,000 is lost. By when should we expect an action that relates to this 353,000? That would just be my question. I don't know, CO, is it you who's going first?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll go first, and then I'll just ask our colleagues to add if there's anything that I must in the submissions. Chair, I'll start with Honorable Honorable Paulson's question in relation to impact-based weather. Honorable Paulson, this is a relatively new concept, and I say relatively new because even internationally, it's something that's being implemented, and you're correct in terms of the piloting of this. There is, at least during the international meetings that I've been to, a lot of talk around impact-based weather forecasting, and there is quite a bit of emphasis, particularly on early warning systems as well. So in terms of how does this differ from the previous weather forecast? So in the past, Honorable Paulson, we told you that, for example, it's going to be cold today, or it's going to be raining today, and that was the end of it. So we told you what the weather will be. Now with impact-based weather forecasting, we indicate to you what the weather is going to do and what the implications would be for you as an ordinary citizen. So instead of just saying it's going to rain today, we're going to say there's going to be X number of millimeters of rain. You need to take your umbrella with, or you need to be careful of hailstones and don't take your car out, kind of thing. Alternatively, be careful if you're crossing, low-lying bridges or river crossings, etc., etc. So the impact-based weather forecasting is, in fact, almost to an extent warning citizens of what the weather is going to do. So I hope that explains it. So in terms of the accuracy, as far as the sorry, Chair, can you hear me? I'm hearing an echo.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So as far as the accuracy goes, nothing's changed in terms of the accuracy of the forecasting. It's just in terms of how we relay the message to our citizens so that we make them more aware, so they can actually take mitigatory and anticipatory action in the event that there's going to be extreme weather and it's going to impact them. Then Honorable Paulson's second question related to the deteriorating network and what we're doing about it. So in terms of that, we've had several internal workshops dealing specifically with this issue. As it has been reported, we did get some additional funding from the department, and that money, in addition to whatever we've had, we're looking at improving the observation networks, and how we're doing that is in terms of prioritizing particular observation networks, and then seeing in terms of baseline what we require to be repaired or replaced even. So there is definitely work in terms of that. Examples of that I can give, for example, the lightning detection network is one of the big things that we are looking at. We're upgrading from the LS 7000s now, and we're moving towards the latest technology, which is the LS 7002. But obviously we can't do it all at once. We have to phase that process. We're looking at additional automatic weather stations and rainfall stations, but also there we can't do the entire network at once. We have to phase that and look at the critical ones first as well. Then your last question, Honorable Paulson, in terms of the demographic not being aligned. Unfortunately, I can't answer that question offhand. I'll have to come back to you on that unless my colleagues that are in the meeting can give an indication of where the stats were taken from. But if I remember correctly, Honorable Paulson, I think it's not the entire population as such. When they determine this, and I stand to be corrected, but I think when they determine it, they determine the employable population, and that's how the statistic is worked out. But I can confirm that for you, if I recall correctly, that is how the demographic is worked out for the triple BE process. It's the employable population of the entire population of the country. Then Honorable Bryant, in terms of the infrastructure, confidence and equipment that's optimally functional, Honorable Bryant, I can with confidence say that we do have a very stable network of observational equipment. Honorable Bryant, we will not only serve the national interest, but we also affiliated to the WMO, which is the World Meteorological Organization. They have very high standards in terms of reporting, and South Africa is one of the regional WIGOS centers that supply information. So I can with confidence indicate that our equipment is functional. In terms of the optimal functionality, we sometimes do, as you will see in the report, have issues with certain types of equipment, and that can range from calibration to equipment not working at all, but it's impacted obviously by things like power surges and lack of electricity, etc., etc. So I think overall, I can definitely state that we have a reliable observational infrastructure that meets international standards. And we've also been audited in terms of that. So we've got an SABS approval, an ISO recognition as well. Then the second point Honorable Bryant made was in terms of local authorities and us working together. There also, Honorable Bryant, we've had 2 workshops recently in relation to specifically that issue. And I think it also relates to Honorable Gansho's concerns around communities and how we deal with and communicate with them. So we've been investigating alternative methods and better methods of actually creating awareness and working together, because the impact of these severe weather events are felt at the local authority level. We do have a relationship with the National Disaster Management Center, the provincial disaster management centers, as well as the local authorities. And that relationship, in terms of specifically the impact-based warnings, when we issue these warnings, many times the warnings are issued based on local authority conditions. So we issue the warnings in conjunction with the local authorities after they give us feedback in terms of what's happening on the ground. Then Honorable Weber, I had a bit of difficulty. Your sound wasn't very clear. So I hope that I got the questions right. If not, you can always put it in writing and we'll respond. You made reference to 181 stations and 82 stations not providing data. So I think that there might be a bit of confusion in terms of the monitoring system. So there's the weather forecasting system, which consists of our observation network, and those would be our automatic weather stations and our automatic rainfall stations, our upper air sounding stations, our radars, and satellite, and those kind of things. Then there's the second aspect of it, which is the SARCOS stations. And those stations report on the air quality. And I heard you referring to, I think it was Kendall and Kriel and Grootvlei. So my assumption is then that you were referring to the SARCOS system, which is in fact a departmental system. We do have a couple of monitoring stations that we, as SOARS, have under our control, and we've reported on those. So in terms of those, there is a decent functionality as we indicated in the presentation. Some of those stations do not belong to us as the weather services. Some of them are privately owned and others are owned by other entities in government. So if you're asking about the SARQUS, it's a different story from the weather monitoring stations. Then in terms of Honorable Phillips, I recall some of the responses when I just started, but a lot of these contracts are actually legacy contracts that we found there. So in terms of the responses that were given at the time, they were given by the people with the institutional knowledge of these contracts. In terms of our stations not providing specific information, we can probably give you that information. But I think the specific one that we presented for the 21-22 year was in relation to our global atmospheric watch, which is slightly different from our upper air soundings and radio sound, because they measure different things. But we can give you that information in terms of the contracts and the companies that they were given to, but I don't know them offhand. So we can provide that information to you. Honorable Mkhunu, in terms of the infrastructure, the theft and the vandalism issue, definitely we have reported all these matters to the local enforcement agencies. In fact, with the department's presentation to the portfolio committee, they wanted to know how many of these matters were reported and if they were reported. So yes, Honorable Mkhunu, we have reported them, and in addition to just reporting them, we also looking at alternative sites for the placement of some of this equipment, because the issue is that the SAPs would only attend after the actual incident. So in order to secure some of the equipment, we've tried to move it to slightly more secure locations as one of the options that we considered. Then Honorable Mkhunu also talked to the BBBE skills development and whether we actually doing an analysis of the skills and new skills in that as well. So in terms of that, we want to ensure that we have a pipeline specifically of the skill set that we require for the weather service, and even though there are other skills in terms of science and research, I think for the met technicians and meteorologists, we have to ensure that we've got a constant pipeline, because that's the lifeblood of the organization in terms of skills. So we also, whenever there are opportunities to do that, ensure that we raise awareness around what the weather services do, so that our learners can then see that what the potential is in terms of careers, and especially those learners that are interested in things like maths and science, because that's part of the basic requirements for these specialized technical services. Then Honorable Mkhunu also asked about our suppliers and whether or not we develop local suppliers. Yes, we do as far as possible. However, a lot of our equipment is specialized equipment that is not available locally from local manufacturers, and there are original equipment manufacturers that we deal with, and some of them are overseas. But in terms of what we're doing locally, we do have a quarterly report in terms of how many or how much local procurement we've had, and we've had a fairly good success rate in terms of procurement locally. Then, so in terms of actual data, we can supply that data as well. Then the issue around the approval of the remaining 2 items that were sent to National Treasury, we are hoping, and I think relatively confident that National Treasury will condone those as well. But obviously the decision would lie with them. Sometimes they require additional information, Honorable Kuno. So the issue, as I said, the final decision lies with them. But if they do require that information, we will supply it. And our hope is that we finalize these 4 matters by the end of October. Honorable Mbata, do we have a monitoring and evaluation system for supply chain management? Yes, we've instituted quite a few control mechanisms. And one of those, Honorable Mbata, is that we have appointed an internal audit team to assist us specifically with those types of issues. And supply chain is obviously on the list of things to do. There have already been quite a few interventions in terms of that. So there's been training of the staff in the actual supply chain management section. We've developed standard operating procedures in terms of how things get done. There's been recent policy development and speed development in terms of that. And the CFO can add if he'd like. But in terms of that, I think we've done what was required and continue to constantly monitor that. And I'll talk to it a bit later in terms of my response to the chair. Then the consequence management that Honorable Mbata, I'll ask the CFO, because I think his section dealt with that specifically in terms of the employees concerned. The next question was Honorable Gancho. I partially referred to the issue around regional weather indicators, but you specifically raised fire. So one of the things that we do as SOARS is the fire danger index. And on a daily basis, we get a prediction of the areas where it's very dangerous in terms of potential for fire. And those are sent out to our regional partners on a daily basis so that they are aware that there's a potential for fire. As I indicated, however, we are looking at alternative means to disseminate our information because it's part of the UN initiative as well to ensure that the early warning systems reach all citizens globally as well. So it's a prerogative of theirs, which makes it also one of our prerogatives as the South African Weather Service. Then the final item was the chair's item on the 353,000. Chair, I can assure you that we don't take this amount lightly. It prevented us from getting a completely unqualified audit. And it wasn't just one matter, Chair. It's in fact 4 matters. So I indicated that we do have an internal audit process to look at specifically the supply chain management in the organization. I already mentioned the issues that you talked to in terms of corrective measures and so forth. And then also in terms of the management of contracts, we now have a dedicated person that is actually going to be dealing specifically with contracts. We've also established databases, one in our legal services, and also one in our supply chain management to specifically look at contracts and also possibly an early warning system for expiring contracts, Chair. So in terms of the action that we've taken, I don't know if the CFO wants to add, but to my knowledge, those are the actions that were taken preliminarily. Thank you, Chair. I hope I've responded to everything. If there are any colleagues that would like to add from the Weather Service, if you'd give them an opportunity, Chair, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Additions from the Weather Service? Petro. Who's Petro? Pedro, are you from the Weather Service?
Yes,
Chair, I
Chair.
am.
Please proceed, and then you'll be followed by Lebogang Mashile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I would like to also add to the question that Honourable Member Paulson raised with regards to the demographic targets. So normally when you set these targets, you try to align as closely as possible to the economic active population. And at the time, the percentages of coloured males in the economic active population was 4.8%, coloured females was 4.1%, white males 5.1%, and white females 3.9%. But when you set these targets, you don't only look at the economic active population, you also look at your current staff members, because you use the vacant positions that you've got to set the targets to move closer to the economic active population. So if the targets in terms of white, for example, is higher, it's because the current employee numbers might be like that. So as they resign, you use those vacancies to then closer align to the economic active population. I hope that makes sense, Chair.
Well, I hope it makes sense too. We'll hear from the honourable members. Lebogang Mashile.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies for my name is Lebogang Magati. For some reason, I could not change the name. Just to add on to what the CEA has responded to, there was a question around radio sounds. I just want to confirm that we had radio sounds throughout the period. There was no point where we were without radio sounds. So radio sounds are the ones that are used for upper air soundings. And as the CEO indicated, all our equipment needs to comply with our international standards as outlined by WMO. Then just to add on another question relating to vandalism of infrastructure, the CEO already indicated that the cases are reported to SAPS. However, on our side, we focus on corrective measures. In this case, this specific station was relocated to a safer site, which was in a hospital, and there's stable power in that space. And lastly, on a question around regional indicators or concerns that came from community members, I just want to add that we're also working closely with local radio stations to ensure that our information reaches out all the communities and in a language that they can understand. So we have quite a number of local radio stations that we work with to disseminate the information. Thank you, Chair.
Norman Zizi.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. I just wanted to add to what the CEO was saying in terms of the irregular expenditure. For the 4 cases that amounts to 353,000, Chair, we have applied consequence management. We had disciplinary hearings that were conducted, and depending on the verdict, some got final written warnings and written warnings. And we submitted our request for condonation to National Treasury for all these 4 cases, because if there's no consequence management, National Treasury will not look at your case. And then out of the 4 cases, National Treasury responded positively on the 2, and the other one, they came back requesting for some information like the determination test, which was subsequently submitted to Treasury. And we are hopeful that the National Treasury will respond positively. Yes, it's their decision. However, if you have submitted all the information, then we pray and hope that they will respond positively. All these 4 cases have been addressed. We're just waiting for National Treasury. And the old cases, we have also applied consequence management, and we submitted our submissions to National Treasury. And then there's one of 32 million where we exceeded the budget in 2019-20. And then National Treasury said, yes, we hear you management, but we would like to hear from an independent service provider whether they confirm it. And that service provider is currently busy with that exercise. They will be finishing that soon. Once that is finished, we'll look at it and submit it to National Treasury as well. Thank you, Chair.
Norman Zizi, am I handsome?
You are, Chair.
Good. We would also like to see if you are indeed handsome. I'm going to request that all the speakers must try as much as possible to switch your cameras on. I'm getting concerns from honorable members. They want to know the voice behind the face behind the voice. Whoever is going to speak, I'm going to request that we try as much as possible to switch our cameras on. Honorable Mbata, is that a follow-up?
Yes, Chair. I just want, from curiosity, your equipment is very expensive. And how do you deal with the issue of load shedding? Because I know load shedding, it really affects the equipment. How does it affect you, and how do you deal with that?
I'm not too sure who's responding. CEO?
Chair, I will respond. Yes, Honorable Mbata, I'm just want to switch on my camera again. Our equipment is very expensive, you're quite correct. And load shedding does impact on it. So there are a few interventions that we've put in place. One of them is to ensure that we've got what they call a uninterruptible power supply, or UPS. So that try to ensure that we have power to the equipment for most of the time, but it depends also on the type of UPS. Then we've got what we call voltage regulators that we connect also to the equipment to prevent the damage to the equipment, because when the power goes out and you have a surge, for example, that surge can negatively impact on the equipment's ability to read. So what I was referring to earlier in terms of calibration, it impacts the calibration of the equipment. And our technical people would probably be able to give you a bit more detail on that. But yes, and specifically, Honorable Mbata, the recent power outages have impacted us very, very badly. Because we do make allowance also for things like diesel and that kind of thing. But I think if it's as often, you know, then it makes it very, very difficult for us to plan for some of these contingencies. But you're quite correct, Honorable Mbata. The damage to the equipment sometimes does occur. But I think the issue around the unavailability, because it also impacts on our ability to send information from the actual equipment to our databases, because it impacts the telecommunications networks as well. So yes, there is a substantial impact on us in terms of the load shedding, Honorable Mbata. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Bryant.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. It's just a very quick follow-up. I'm glad to hear that workshops have been taking place to look at getting the message out there effectively in time for potentially devastating climate events, weather events. But I just want to know specifically whether meetings or consultations have been held with the eThekwini municipality in particular, between South African Weather Service and eThekwini municipality. I know, I think about a week ago, there was another severe weather warning that came out for eThekwini, certainly ahead of the time, and I thought that was quite proactive. But having been up there recently myself and having seen the devastation that is still taking place, infrastructure collapsing in a dysfunctional municipality, it's really something that I think needs attention. So I just want to find out if those meetings and consultations with eThekwini in particular are taking place. Thanks.
Mr. CEO.
Thank you.
Before you proceed, CEO, Honorable Ganjo, I saw you send a message. Do you also want to do a follow-up, or you were just sensitizing me?
No, Chair, I was just sensitizing you.
Oh, okay. CEO, proceed.
Thank you, Chair and Honorable Brian. In terms of eThekwini specifically, there's been a focus on eThekwini because obviously of what's happened, Honorable Brian. And there's actually our researchers and scientists have done a survey, a very interesting survey in terms of the weather. And it's in our latest science journal. And basically it's done an analysis of the severe weather over the last couple of years. And the findings were quite interesting in terms of what we can do from a planning perspective and urbanization perspective. So I think the information that we are attempting to put out into the scientific community as well as into our our other government entities is that we need to take because this type of information in terms of our planning for future developments and that kind of thing. Because a lot of the damage that was caused in this instance was related to where the particular developments were and so forth. So in order to guide provinces and local authorities in terms of future developments and even the siting of informal developments, because a lot of the damage happens in those instances, we can then provide them with that information to say, this is the area. And I think they in terms of that, they blocked it off and they indicated for specific blocks spatially where there were more incidents and where there were less incidents. So I think that would be quite useful in terms of future planning in relation to that. And the chair also made reference to the Western Cape and some of the initiatives that we take in terms of reporting on particular provinces. Then in terms of the awareness, Honorable Bryant, we are also, as indicated by Ms. Lebogang Magati, we do a lot of, try a lot of community outreach. The local stations, even some of our broadcasts on YouTube are done in terms of in terms of the different languages for specific areas. And then in terms of the eThekwini municipality, I can't answer for our disaster risk recovery section. And Dr. Mpepia, I'm not sure if you've had engagements with eThekwini specifically. I'll ask him to just indicate whether there was in fact any specific engagements with them. But in terms of the Provincial Disaster Management Center, there is constant engagement between the Weather Service and, as I said, the provincial and local disaster management centers. So I'll ask Dr. Mpepia to just indicate whether there's been any specific work undertaken with eThekwini. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Mpepia. Lebogang Mashila, I see your hand is up.
Yes, thank you so much, CEO and honorable members. The interaction that we have that is similar to all other municipalities is through the disaster structure that is both nationally, provincial, and each municipality that participate in all whenever we issue any warnings, because it's an interactive process that we engage with them. So there won't be any direct like project or maybe interaction specifically with a municipality. So it's through that structure that we have. Thank you.
Are you using two gadgets, Lebogang?
No, that was Dr. Mpepe speaking. I'm just going to add on to his response.
Hey, little confused. Please proceed.
Okay, just to add on to Dr. Mpepe's response, yes, there are certainly engagements taking place between SOurce and disaster management. As he indicated, one of them are the quarterly meetings that take place under the Provincial Disaster Management Advisory Forum Committee meetings. And then there is then the awareness campaigns that are continuing, that are done in partnership with disaster management, the local disaster management. The one that I want to refer to, which was recent, it relates to the International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction, the IDDR Day, which was actually taking place from the 13th to the 14th of October. Each province had their own discussions, deliberations. SOurce was participating in the province of KZN, and I would believe all local municipalities and district municipalities would have been involved at those engagements. The other one, the national event, was actually held in Cape Town, and we had representatives from the KZN and other municipalities within the province, where we were actually deliberating on these issues. This was actually last week, Thursday and Friday. We're deliberating on issues relating to impact-based warnings, early warning systems, and communication. And lastly, just to add, is that in KZN, the weather service, the forecasting office there is able to translate all our impact-based warnings to isiZulu, and they're sending those warnings to the disaster management to then distribute to local communities. Thanks, that's the input I had for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, South African Weather Services. You have literally stolen 3 minutes from your colleagues of SANBI. I think we're doing fairly well. If honorable members allow me, I would like to invite now the overview by the chairperson of the board of SANBI, who will then give to the CEO to give us a presentation. Thank you very much, Weather Services.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. My lighting, it's very poor, and I would just like, Chairperson, if you can concur that I switch the camera because of my connectivity as well. Will that be in order?
I concur with all the borrowed powers I have.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Honorable Acting Chairperson and of the Portfolio Committee and honorable members, Deputy Minister, the board chairpersons of DFFE entities, management of the department, SANBI CEO and the management and other CEOs present. I'm happy to report that SANBI's annual performance of 92% for 2021-2022, it's a steady improvement on the previous year's performance of 2020-2021, which was at 89%. Honorable Chairperson and members, there are, however, other areas that needed SANBI's heightened attention in order to ensure the achievements of performance target as planned. The CEO, together with the management team, will highlight those when he presents his full report. I would like, however, to just highlight the following issues for the chair and the honorable members. The first one is the external audit outcome. SANBI received an unqualified audit opinion and has subsequently developed an audit improvement plan to address the areas of concerns as raised by the Auditor General South Africa. The implementation of the audit improvement plan from the prior year's audit was complemented by the internal audit processes. The Audit Risk Committee of the board remained very focused, Chairperson, in its role of oversight on matters of audit, risk management, finance, compliance, and organizational controls. The second one that was an issue we thought it would be important for today is the irregular expenditure. I'm proud to report that SANBI managed to significantly reduce the irregular expenditure of 146 million, which was incurred over multiple years since 2005 to 2020-2021 financial year by 99%. To this, we have got 9 million recorded in 2021-2022, which is due to recurring contracts from prior years, which could not be terminated without interrupting the enabling operational areas of SANBI business processes. Consequence management was implemented, leading to National Treasury improving condonations. All the measures were taken, which resulted in only 311,000 remaining for prior years, which is what we are working on to again finalize, Honorable Chairperson and members. The third one is the financial performance. SANBI's financial performance improved from the previous year, financial year, as relaxed COVID regulations allowed for increased use of facilities during the reporting year. SANBI looks forward to returning to the pre-COVID levels of operations and financial performance as the economy improves and the tourists become more comfortable to visit our facilities, spanning across our beautiful country. The fourth one, Chairperson, is the financial position. SANBI's financial position is solvent, with total assets exceeding total liabilities and liquid with current assets exceeding current liabilities. We also wish to report on the following matters that relates to key areas of SANBI's operation, which includes human capital development. On the staff development side, it has been our quest to develop staff, and SANBI facilitates professional development of its staff through external and internal training, coaching, mentoring, staff bursaries, career ladder program, and professional exposure. We also have a talent pipeline, which we actively host students that need experiential learning to finalize their qualifications through the work integrated program. SANBI consistently offers bursaries and mentoring for postgraduate students in areas relevant to the biodiversity sector. SANBI also is consistent to create participation in the internship program that targets the youth. We also have Groen Sevenza, which is now in phase 2, which is assigned by the DFFE as the host coordinator, which is a 3-year program. And now it's going to be for the 2022-2023 up to 2024-2025, aimed at youth employment as part of enhancing the sectoral human capital development. SANBI will partner with host organizations in government and non-governmental sectors across the country. We also wish to report on the presidential employment stimulus, which created 954 job opportunities for the youth. And through these programs in biosecurity, ecological infrastructure, and placement in botanical and zoological gardens. Our next one is the National Botanical Gardens, which is part of the garden expansion strategy. The Minister of DFFE formally declared the Thohoyandou National Botanical Garden on the 5th of November 2021, which makes it the first national botanical garden to be established in the Limpopo province. This extends SANBI's and National Botanical Garden portfolio to 8 provinces, thus adding to tourism destination, conservation, research, open space-based recreation. Other extensions were pursued in the existing gardens, including Walter Sisulu and Harold Potter National Botanical Gardens. In terms of the stakeholder engagement, visitors, and environmental awareness, without and notwithstanding the challenges associated with COVID restrictions, SANBI still continued with Vistas program, environmental education programs, stakeholder engagements in and around the botanical and zoological gardens. But SANBI's role is also about decision support. And in the past, SANBI fulfilled its primary mandate through generating and coordinating evidence required to support policies and decisions relating to better management and conservation of the South African biological diversity. SANBI played a unique role within the conservation sector of linking the scientific knowledge with direct policy advice. 6, critical to SANBI's operations is matters relating to biological invasions. In pursuit of its research mandate, SANBI published the second status of biological invasions and their management in South Africa. This report was launched by the DFFE Minister, Barbara Creasy, on the 28th of May, 2021. The report highlights the increasing trends in biological invasion in South Africa and the risk this poses to biodiversity, including the potentially destructive effects of the failure to address the impact of invasives in the country. The significance of this work is that the evidence-based knowledge is provided for integrated response by all sectors affected by the impact of invasive species in the country. The report was well received through extensive media coverage on print, broadcast, and social media platforms. One of our roles is also to mainstream biodiversity. The increasing role of SANBI in advancing the mainstreaming and production of data required for sustainable development has been commendable, as are the strategic inputs through the biodiversity assessment outcomes, inclusive of spatial prioritization through the red listing of species and ecosystems mapping. We are also responsible and now managing aspects of the high-level panel, which supports the department in the process towards the operationalization of the recommendations as said for the iconic species of the elephant, the rhino, the lion, and the leopard. SANBI identified areas of support through its program and the scientific authority in policy development in practice through pilot projects in the wildlife sector. One of our responsibilities is also to look into the illegal harvesting of succulent species. SANBI played a key role in the national response strategy to tackle the catastrophic increase in the illegal harvesting of succulent plants across South Africa's arid zones, particularly in the succulent Karoo biome. The response strategy is a collaborative effort by government departments, conservation authorities, non-government organizations, and local communities to ensure the survival of our rich succulent flora, whilst promoting sustainable socio-economic development within the country. Beyond that, we are also about adapting to climate change. SANBI's work on adaptation continues to prioritize efforts to build resilience to climate change through SANBI's Adaptation Fund projects. The lessons learned through these projects are informing SANBI's exciting work towards unlocking finance for nature-based solutions to climate change and the development of several Green Climate Fund projects proposals. Emerging proposals includes ecosystems-based adaptation for the management of floods, fires, dry spells, and the securing of strategic water sources. These projects are implemented in socio-economically stressed areas, enabling SANBI to make a meaningful and a long-lasting impact at a local level. Honorable Chair, if you concur, I will now request the CEO and the team to take the portfolio committee through the details of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Mr. CEO.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Deputy Minister, honorable members, and colleagues, the chairs of the boards that are represented here. I will follow the same approach that Source followed. Of course, slide number 3 to slide number 6, or slide number 4 to slide number 6 provide information about our mandate and all the areas that we cover in terms of the programs. So I won't be going through that. If I may request that we go to slide number 8, This is where the overall summary of our performance is provided. 93%, of course, which is an improvement from prior years. If we can go to slide number 18, I would want to focus on the areas that presented some challenges and also indicated how we are dealing with those challenges. Slide number 18, of course, the one that deals with risk analysis when it comes to dealing with matters of alien and invasive species. We are challenged with this as a country as one of the main drivers of biodiversity loss. So hence the investments that the department puts through and also SANBI playing its part in leading the piloting and also leading areas that we need to investigate to inform how responses should be in the sector and by also other people as well beyond the sector. So in dealing with that, we had a target of 45 risk analysis that we needed to conduct for the alien invasive species that were prioritized at that time. That is the science information that we provide. And in doing so, we could only manage to do 36, which is 80% of what we had targeted. We had to deal with matters of capacity in that space, external capacity and internal capacity adjustments that we've done. We don't only work alone, we've got external partners that we work with, alien species risk analysis review panel, that is an external stakeholder that we work with as part of dealing with this process. But we have enhanced that capacity. I think as we move forward in this current financial year, the challenges that we have had at that time are things of the past. Let's move to slide number 23. Slide number 23 deals with the area of human capital development. We've got a responsibility not only within the institute, but also in the biodiversity and conservation sector. So in that case, we had put in, as part of our target, different areas that cover, as the chair had indicated in his brief, the bursaries, the students that need to finalize their studies, but they need to have experiential learning as part of their exposure to the workplace. We've got interns that we take on board. We've got postgraduates that need to be supported to finalize their studies. We've got bursaries that we give for postgraduates. In total, when you look at that, we reach out through those programs that I've mentioned to 220 as part of the target. In the financial year, we managed to reach out to 242 to that extent, 10% more. But overall, as we looked at the different areas, especially when it comes to areas that we needed to strengthen placements, that's why it came out in the manner that is reflected here. So we still continue with this program because we think for the young people, it gives them a head start to be able to access other possibilities and also other opportunities within the institute and beyond the institute in the sector as well. If we can go to slide number 27. Slide number 27, of course, when the CFO presents, he will deal with the audit outcome. Of course, we wanted better than where we are, but we received an unqualified audit as the chairperson has indicated, and there are a few areas that are going to be highlighted now as it relates to that by the CFO. Otherwise, in summary, when it comes to areas of performance, we are convinced that we did well, and we've got all the plans to deal with the areas that we had challenges through the measures that we had put in place for subsequent years, including this financial year. The CFO will come in, Ms. Lorato Sitole. She will talk through the financials in the main, the areas of how we are dealing with audit and related matters, which is from slide number 39 moving forward. As the chair had indicated, we are solvent, we are liquid, which we are not going to spend too much time on that part. CFO?
Are you liquid or liquidated?
No, no, we are far from that, from liquidation. We are liquid and we're solvent.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, CFO, let's
Sustainably,
proceed.
we're okay, thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, Portfolio Committee members, Deputy Minister, Board Chairpersons, and all other colleagues. I see the presentation is already on the irregular expenditure slide, where we are indicating our opening balance coming from as far back as 2015, amounting to 146 million. Then what happened in the previous financial year, we incurred 8.6 million of irregular expenditure, as we had some of the contracts that were recurring and we could not terminate them. As termination would have meant that we are still legally obligated to pay for those contracts without receiving services. Over and above that, we had only 46,000 that we recognized as irregular expenditure coming from previous years, which was not identified before the previous financial year. We then applied consequence management and followed with applications to National Treasury for condonement of the 154 million, and we were allowed by the Auditor General to also remove 519,000 of items that were previously recognized as irregular expenditure, but were corrected, meaning that they were incorrectly recognized as irregular expenditure. They allowed for us to remove them. We then were left with 311, rounded off as 313 of irregular expenditure, which we have been dealing with in this financial year. We have taken consequence management on the balance of 311, and we have submitted to National Treasury to allow us to condone, to have those condoned. On the next slide, slide 41, it deals with the external audit outcome, where CEO and the board chairperson have already indicated we got an unqualified audit opinion, but unfortunately we had some material errors that we had to correct in the financial statements, and that gave us an issue with compliance and an internal control deficiency around the review processes of the financial statements. And we did have a finding around our performance indicators, some of them in program 1, relating to the smartness of those two indicators. And it also led to internal control deficiency around our technical indicator descriptions, and that we have to improve further and make sure that they are well defined. On the next slide, these are the two matters that were reported by the Auditor General as affecting the audit opinion, which have been dealt with on slide 41, relating to misstatements on achieved target, which we were able to also address immediately by amending the performance report. But in the long term also, we have put in place mechanisms that will help us with the proper verification of the numbers prior to submitting to the Auditor General. And we've also included it on our internal audit plan to make sure that there is a further verification. Then the budget statement, because of the errors that were identified, it was found that it was not compliant with GRAP 24. We were also able to address this through amending our financial statements and also including on the internal audit plan for a detailed review of the financial statements before we submit to the AG. We've also put in place mechanisms that will help us with reviewing this statement in a lot more detail than all other statements, given the manual process that is involved with this one. On the next slide, Chairperson, with your permission, on the next slides, we have broken down the regular expenditure as detailed on the slides and how we have dealt with it in terms of the condonations that were received. So it's various items, as the AG had found that there were certain items that were missing from the processes that were followed. We've taken disciplinary actions against different levels of management, and training has also been provided to all staff members. And we have also received condonations from National Treasury, meaning that they met the requirements that National Treasury applies. On slide, I think it's slide 46. Yes, on fruitless and wasteful, on the next slide. We also had fruitless and wasteful coming from the previous financial year, meaning in 21-22, we didn't have any new fruitless and wasteful expenditure that we were still dealing with. Two of the items are still in the investigation process, and they will be concluded in this financial year through the Loss Control Committee. The one item that has been concluded is dealing with expired stock, which due to low customer demand with the COVID situation, which we did not have control over, and it is going through internal processes for write-off. The next slide. I think on the next slide, we then have all the abbreviations that are included in the presentation. Thank you, Chairperson. Back to you, CEO.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, CEO and CFO. Honorable members, it is now our opportunity to engage the presentation of SANBI. Honorable Paulsen, you will be the first. Let me just note a few other hands. Honorable Phillips, you'll be the second. Honorable Weber, you'll be the third. Honorable Mbata, you'll be the fourth. Okay, in that order, Honorable Paulsen.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation. Chairperson, I think we need to understand the strategic intent of SANBI. And I'd like to know what is being done to enhance our capacity to develop and sustain national biodiversity informatic networks. And are we building data management skills and communities of practice as far as national biodiversity is concerned? Because national biodiversity data is of strategic importance. And to this extent, I'd like to know if we've developed a cohesive national biodiversity information management network that can help us achieve this strategic importance. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Paulsen. Honorable Phillips.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for the presentations. The first thing I'd like to do is I would like to congratulate the team on the condition of the Harold Porter Gardens. I was there again recently, and it is such a pleasure to visit them. And the people who live in the area are so proud of those gardens. And then I'd also like to compliment the staff on the way they deal with the baboon troops who come through the gardens. It's really, really so amazing to see people working together. And then my question though is, does SANBI only deal with the national gardens, or are you also involved in the different biospheres around the country, like the Magalies biosphere and the Kogelberg biosphere, etc.? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Phillips. Honorable Weber.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me clearly? The previous speaker said that you struggle to hear me.
You are much better. You are much better now.
Thank you.
From now you have moved from better to very worse, Honorable Weber.
Try turning off your camera, honorable colleague.
The first one is something I don't understand, and that is on the alien and invasive species that they say target. Okay, I'm going to switch my video off. Is that fine? Okay. Yes, is that
Yes, off. Switch it off.
Honorable Weber, you want to try again?
Yes, Jay, I definitely want to try again. I hope we have load shedding currently, so my apologies.
No, you are much better now. Maybe don't switch the camera on. Just proceed.
I want to ask you. Thank you. No, I won't. Thank you. Colleagues, I specifically want to speak about the alien and invasive species. And I struggle to understand if the departments to ask Sandy, you say challenge your hand to reach the target 36 out of 4 targets. And who do you set it? Because every time I run into a dam or river with invasive species, the first thing I find is.
Chair, can I suggest that we ask Honourable Weber to come back, and maybe you take Honourable Mbato or somebody else first, because I can't hear anything.
All right.
Okay. Please try and reconnect, Honorable Weber. Please try and reconnect, and then we'll come back to you.
I am back.
Do you want to try again quickly?
Quickly, we'll try and do it quickly. So the alien species and the targets that Sanbi sets, and it is to be implemented by DFFE. But now the next problem is when you get to the dams and the rivers to work on the invasive species, you get to DWS, water and sanitation. They're the ones that has to budget for it, and they're the ones that has to implement it. So my question in specifically is, does Sanbi work together with other departments in other areas where they have to budget and set targets for the invasive species? Because it always seems like moving from the one department to the other department on invasive species. I know the department also employ or have Rose University research for the bio agents for these things, but it seems like it's all separate, independent entities that never works together. and there seems to be a big loophole. Can you maybe assist on how we can do this as teamwork? Then my second question is when the CFO spoke about specifically supply chain management, the two areas where you discussed that there were disciplinaries and the disciplinaries has been finalized, and then what happened is after disciplinaries, the people that was disciplined actually get training. So my concern is what were the disciplinaries on, not that I want you to specifically tell me, but if it is about incapacity, my question is, if you are in supply chain management, you do have to have a specific qualification, and incapacity should have been picked up quite early. And supply chain management is extremely important, where a lot of what can you call it, illegalities or corruption can take place. So I am just a little bit concerned that there is disciplinaries, and then after that there is training, and according to me they should have been qualified and trained already. So what are we going to do if the same people makes the same mistakes again? What is the consequence of that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Weber. Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to, thanks for the report, and congratulations that you have an unqualified audit report, but I think next time you'll get a better one. On slide 18, you said there is an external review processes not incentivized. And I want to know, why is it not incentivized, and how can this be corrected? Because it's a challenge that you have raised, and how can this be corrected? And on slide 26, you mention of human capacity, where you have bursaries awarded to students that are now qualified, then they need experiential work. And also those postgraduate students that needs to finalize their studies. I just want to get an idea how many are the females and how many are males, and also if you can look at the race also, so that we can see if all the races are covered, especially the previously disadvantaged community. And then you said, CEO, you are insolvent in liquid. Can you please just assist me there? What do you mean if you say insolvent in liquid? Are you about to be liquidated, or you don't have money? And then the last one is the one of the I'm happy with your consequence management, but there's one that I don't understand on the local content. The local content, like I said, it started around about 2016, if I'm not mistaken, and it's part and parcel of the DTI requirement that it must be on the RFQ. So when the project manager developed the RFQ, it must have the local content on it. And I don't know how did it got advertised and the DTI didn't see it, because I know they monitor that immediately when they see that, they cancel the tender. How did your department manage to get through with the local content? Because the local content is here to empower the local people. It was developed to avoid getting the material from China, Dubai, and other areas, but undermining our own local content. So I don't know how did it happen that your RFQ got advertised and a tender was awarded without the local content. and why, how do you monitor it so that it doesn't come back, doesn't occur again? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mbata. Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Deputy Minister, honorable members. I would request if the one controlling the slides could go to slide number 6. I think Honorable Paulson asked a question about the role of SANBI, especially when it comes to information. Slide number 6, information network. Of course, we rely a lot on extended networks. We also have our own teams internally and partnerships with other institutions that are involved in science and research, but in this case related to biodiversity. I just wanted to explain some few things beyond gardens and the work that we do on human capital development in the sector. We have indicated here as part of this slide deliberately just to reflect on our mandate and why we exist. Part of it is that we deal with what we call foundations of biodiversity. It would mean that we have to know where are we in terms of biodiversity as a country, what are the trends, where are things going. That will require foundational science that will deal with taxonomy, classification, the mapping of where our ecosystems are, where our species are, what is happening, what are the trends. We are sitting in our herbarium, 3 of them, herbaria, with collections that are more than 2 million of, I'm talking about the specimens that cut across a number of species that we have in the country, and that number keeps on going. We are involved in a very big program of collecting seeds and storing them for future. In case in future we lose some of those species, we are able to restore them. And all the studies that are associated with all those species and also the seeds that we are collecting in different areas can be done through the scientists that we have in our portfolio as SANBI. That information is very, very useful for meeting what is described in our mandate in the Act number, that we have to provide a report regularly. We normally do that, of course, I think 3 years, every 3 years we'll provide what we call the National Biodiversity Assessment Report that covers all aspects of biodiversity to inform the country on where we are as a country in terms of biodiversity. What are the drivers of species loss or any challenges in that regard, ecosystems, and how best do we need to respond, not only as SANBI, but across all sectors. We provide that information on a regular basis. It's not only generically biodiversity, but also we have a specific report that also deals with alien and invasive species. That is also done every 3 years. So if we go to our platforms, that information is readily available. But that information also assists us in modeling. We are able to indicate what we'll see going into the future, similar to what climate change would be able to do. But in the main, the information itself or the data itself may not be adequate if it's not translated information that can be useful for decision making, for planning, and also for guiding practices. Those that are involved in environmental impact management will provide data that is framed in maps, that is framed, meaning spatially, that is also framed in a number of data sets readily available to support how impact management decisions are taken. We provide those and the guidelines that are helping those when it comes to ecosystem, species, rivers, wetlands, strategic water sources, and many other areas that affect or are relevant to biodiversity and conservation in the country. So we have areas that we influence in that regard. So Kamel will later on talk about our biodiversity advisor and what are the implications or its influence from an information perspective when I'm done. And then I will move on to Honorable Phillips on the areas that you have raised. Thanks for the compliment coming to Harold Potter. So I think it could be also for other gardens as well, spanning across 8 provinces in the country that we are responsible for. And we go beyond, as I indicated in the slide that I was talking about, more than just biospheres. You remember the mandate of SANBI is to deal with all matters biodiversity in the country. What happens in ecosystems through the information that we provide, the science that we provide. Sometimes we even go deeper beyond species down into genomics, genetic and related aspects, DNA. We've got biobanks associated with that as well. So are the other areas that I spoke about in herbaria that we provide, and then goes up even to ecosystems, even to biomes. So we work in all the biomes and influence and even map them and provide data in terms of trends over time and also looking into the future. We've got an interesting program that we're doing as well that deals with what we call strategic water source areas. There are 22 of them, surface strategic water source areas from a surface perspective. Those are the catchments, mountains, and different areas that provide the water that we use in the country, and how they are currently, how they are delineated in terms of mapping up to the finer scale and at a macro level, and how best can we inform the department, not only DFFE, but also the department responsible for water affairs and other departments, agriculture, municipalities, districts, in managing and protecting this appropriately, because that data and that information packaged spatially is very, very important, and also other data sets that we provide to complement that. When Honorable Weber, on matters of alien invasives, as I indicated, we've got a responsibility to provide the status of biological invasion in the country, which we've done the last one, I think it was 2019 or so. We are working on the other one that will be coming in a year or two, which will also inform us on where we are. We work with all sectors. We are mindful of the fact that the department is dealing with the regulatory aspects, the policies associated with that, the strategy itself. It affects not only DFFE, but also in the context of DALRAT, the department responsible for agriculture. Our role from a science perspective, a bit of so from a science perspective, our role, as I indicated, even in the report here, where we referred in slide number 18 to risk analysis. Kamel will go into the details on that. We work with partners to make sure that we understand the pathways and the impact of whatever that gets into the country and starts manifesting as invasives in whatever form. What are the characteristics? The risk analysis will go into details as to what is the extent of the impact, what are the behavior of that introduction or of the existence of those species, what methods can be used to respond appropriately. In dealing with alien invasives, there are a number of methods, including but not limited to biological agents that can be used. There could be mechanical interventions that can be used. We trial and test that. If you're using a mechanical method, how many times are you supposed to do follow-ups? What will happen and how best can you do it effectively? And then we inform all those that are doing responses, and we test that and we pilot that. biological agents, how effective are they, which agents are appropriate in whatever form, working with partners, and then we through the science and interventions, we are able to provide information that is useful for effective responses. Kamel will add on to that. The CFO will deal with the SCM aspects. What we have done is that as much as consequence management is taken, it comes in many forms. Some areas with people having to find their way out of the organization, in other ways with people given particular sanctions. We complement that with training, and that training doesn't end. It has to keep on going and on, because what we have in the space of SCM is that there are so many regulations that need to be understood. On top of that, there are briefs that we receive on a regular basis on any adjustment that may have come, and people will have to be trained and be exposed and to understand how best to adjust to the changing environment in the space of dealing with public funds. CFO will talk to the details on that. Honorable Mbata, on the matter of the human capital development, I can confirm that we do the best that we can to make sure that PDIs are prioritized in the support that we have referred to earlier on, either in bursaries, in post graduate support that we need to provide, the interns that we take, those that are exposed to work integrated learning exposure that I refer to as experiential learning for them to qualify, with mentoring support that is required for that matter, for them to finish on time. So that is the commitment that we have in that program, as I referred to those programs that I spoke to earlier on. The actual delineation in terms of the different races, male, female, we do have data to that effect. If Honorable Member and Honorable Chair can allow us to be able to provide that in writing, we'll be able to do that so that we cover all the aspects that Honorable Mbata indicated earlier on. The CFO will also talk when she speaks to SCM about solvency and liquidity. The issue for us is that in dealing with both these matters, you're dealing with assets and liabilities. It is a challenge to have more liabilities than the value of your current assets. In that regard, then you're in a difficult situation. So when we say we're solvent or we're liquid, we're referring to the ratio between aspects of current assets and also aspects of liabilities. So in that regard, when we say we're healthy, the health status, there are many measures of that. Two of those measures or indices that are used are on solvency and liquidity on the basis of current assets or on the basis of assets and liability. We continue to work. I think CFO will also talk about the local content. As part of our compliance, we look at that as well, and then she will reflect on how far we go in that regard. I'll ask Kamel to come through and talk to the part on informatics and also biosecurity in detail. She's around here, and then she'll come through in that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and members. CEO covered quite a lot around the issue of biodiversity information management and SANBI's role, but I just wish to add that what is very key for us in terms of biodiversity information is ensuring that the biodiversity data and knowledge are collated and coordinated and then made accessible across the various sectors. And a key way in which we do this is through our Biodiversity Advisor, which is a web-based tool. It's a comprehensive online resource, and it provides free access to our biodiversity information, and also to our knowledge products and tools and guidelines that we produce. Also, we focus on ensuring that there's skills development around biodiversity information management, and we offer various courses to students and interns, but also to our planners. And this is at, at provincial and at local level. And this is also around ensuring that they have the access to the information and the tools to ensure that they can actually use the information. So taking that forward into mapping, for example. So Chair, moving on to the other question that was raised under slide 18 on our risk analysis, Honourable Member asked, what did we mean when we spoke about the external review process not being incentivized? This was a big issue for us because the experts, the scientists that we were relying upon to assist us with the risk analysis process were actually volunteering their time. And given that they had lots of other commitments, we were finding it very difficult to ensure that their role, their contribution was done within our time frame. So we've actually re-looked at our whole process and ensured that we're able to control the process, and we can actually contract people with clear time frames to deliver their role in the risk analysis. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Chair, I'll request the CFO to come through for the remainder.
Thank you, CEO. Even though I think a lot of the questions you've answered already. So with regards to the question on solvency and liquidity, if we look at slide 36, it's quite detailed in detailing that the total assets that we had were 994 versus total liabilities of 356, meaning that the assets were greater than the liabilities, making us solvent. And therefore, there is no need for us to liquidate Sanbi. We can continue operating as a going concern. And then when one looks at current assets of 510 million against current liabilities of 287 million, it shows us that the current assets are more than the current liabilities, meaning that we are able to then deal with our obligations in the short term as they arise coming from what we would have received out of current liabilities. Then the issue of local content being indicated on the RFQ, what AG found during the audit process was that in as much as the local content was included on the RFQ, when they looked at the advert that was put out, and also the SBD form 6.2, which talks to local content, those were not aligned to what was on the RFQ process. And because of that, it then meant that that transaction then becomes irregular, as there isn't 100% compliance with items requiring local content. And training was essential, particularly as we heard from DTI, to make sure that all of us in the organization are clear as to how do we maintain compliance with issues around local content, and also to understand all the items that are included on there. The issue of disciplinary actions, I think CEO has already responded. I will not add further to it. Thank you, CEO.
Honorable Chair, Deputy Minister, honorable members, Those are our responses up to so far.
Honorable members, do we have follow-ups? Do we proceed? Okay, in the absence of any, thank you very much, Sanbi. In the absence of hands, let's proceed. You did well, except that you stole 20 minutes from Sun Parks. I think you will discuss it outside this meeting on how they get their 20 minutes back. But I thought I must just put it on record. Can we then have the overview by the chairperson of South African National Parks?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good. It is 12 o'clock. Good afternoon to honorable members, honorable deputy minister, chairpersons of boards, my SANParks colleagues, and also the colleagues from the department. Chair, I'm expecting to go into load shedding at 12. And if I get cut off, I will come back because the system then changes to another system, backup system. I'm hoping it will be delayed by a few minutes. But safe to say that thank you for giving us the opportunity to present our annual report, which builds on, in many areas, Chairperson and honorable members, on Q4 presentation that we made to the committee. And just to highlight a few points in our presentation, which the CEO will, acting CEO will pick up on, followed by the CFO. And one is the fact that we had achieved 80% of our targets, and then 5% of those were partially achieved, and 9% of those were not achieved. And this happens, Chairperson, against the backdrop of a very difficult year for us financially, in the sense that as a business, we have a 65% owned revenue versus 35% grant funding of various ways, whether it is infrastructure or basic funding that we get from the national fiscus. So given that with the pandemic and our ability not to have reached our pre-2019 levels, we're still struggling with our finances, and the CFO will pick up this point later on. But having said that, we have also increased our efforts in terms of tourism numbers, that we are seeing a recovery, Chairperson. Much as I'm saying is that we are not at the pre-2019 levels, but we are seeing a recovery, and we're seeing more and more domestic tourism happening. But the international market, where the spend is much more bigger, has not fully recovered, and we note that. But be that as it may, we are increasing our efforts to make sure that we continue with the marketing and also the offering that we have. We do this by working with, amongst others, SA Tourism and also other provincial entities, and we're continuing to do that work, and also other government entities or structures and departments that in one way or the other contribute to the strength of tourism or the offering for our tourists. We are also, Chairperson, looking at improving our hospitality and the offering in that regard. We've done some work, as you will see in the presentation, with regard to the response to some of the complaints that we have, that we're using what our tourists say as when they come visit us as well as monitoring what comes out of the issues that they raise through social media. In some of our parks, like the Kruger National Park, we have a very, very active social media group where people immediately they experience challenges, they would raise those. So we monitor those and ensuring that we are trying to improve the offering and also tourism experience. Chairperson, on the conservation side, again, on that side, we are also looking at expansion as it is required, and the CEO presentation will cover those. But also, one of the things that we had looked at in this last year was the adoption by the board of a rhino management strategy, which was developed, and we're hoping that will help us improve in terms of management of the species, and of course, other species as well. So one of the things that we see as a highlight in the last year is the fact that we've come up with that strategy. And this is a matter that the committee has been raising with us for a while, and we note this, and we also want to say that it is of high priority to us as well. And then on the transformation side, or socio-economic transformation, again, this is an important matter that the board and the rest of SANParks has started to raise. You will see in the presentation what kind of targets that we set ourselves and how we fared against those. However, we also want to indicate that, again, after our previous engagements with the committee, we've decided to elevate issues of communities and land claims to be a specific committee of the board, especially with issues around the Kruger National Park, where we had been to the committee on a number of times around this. So we're looking at also negotiating a better beneficiation scheme, and excuse me, Chair, and also looking at better relations with the communities. On the finance side, Honorable Chairperson, the CFO is going to cover the fact that we have a qualified audit, unqualified audit. We are concerned about some of the findings, and obviously we want to work on improving those. And we have adopted an audit improvement plan, which we'll report to. The one thing, with your indulgence, Chairperson, that what we were doing when we were preparing last night and doing our final preparation, we just thought that we would add a little bit more time frames in some of the interventions that we're making. So it's not a deviation from the presentation that we had circulated, but we thought that for the committee's benefit, and we should add a little bit more time frames in terms of the kind of things that we intend doing. And on that note, Honorable Chairperson, before I lose power, let me, as in electricity, Chairperson, as opposed to other power, let me just hand over then to the acting CEO to do the presentation, followed by the CFO, and then we will be happy with the delegation that we have, which include board members and executives, to then take on the questions and provide the necessary answers as the committee requires. Thank you very much, Chair.
I took keen interest on this power you were afraid to lose. And I thought, yeah, now you are demonstrating strength.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much, Chairperson. The CEO, the acting CEO of SANParks.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the committee. Good afternoon to Honorable Deputy Minister, the chairpersons and board members of the entities present here, colleagues. I will now present the annual report for 2021-22 for SANParks. As with the previous presenters, I will focus on a few slides where we have either underperformed or we have performed at an average level. Can we go to slides 5? Thank you. Slide 5 is the previous one. As the chairperson indicated, we have achieved our targets by 86%. 5% is average or partially achieved, and the rest is off target. As I indicated, we'll be focusing on the reds and the yellow for this discussion. Next slide. This is just a representation of the key highlights of what is included in our annual report. The chairperson has touched on some of them. We are seeing a slight recovery, 3.4 million visitors for the past financial year. This for us, as much as it's a 74% increase from the previous year, 2020-21, which was probably one of the worst. It was the second year running of the COVID pandemic. It is important to note that 3.4 million is 50% less than what we achieved in 2019-20. We want to draw your attention to the fact that there's a 21% decrease in rhinos poached. In addition to that, we would like to draw attention to the fact that we have 94% of our procurement has been spent on designated groups. Of these 803.55 are SMMEs, which we contracted through EPWP. We have also, through our EPWP program, created jobs for over 8,000 youth, over 6,000 women. And for people living with disabilities, we created 207 jobs. I would like to now get into the performance in more detail, and I'd like to go to outcome goal 1 and look at slide 11. Outcome goal 1 deals with sustainable biodiversity and cultural heritage. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just fixing something on my side. Slide 11. There we go. Thank you. Slide 11 speaks to the issue of this scourge of rhino poaching that we constantly battle with. We have not managed to achieve our targets in this arena. I'm sorry, I just want to fix something on my side here. I had a dual screen, my apologies. Apologies, Honorable Chair. We have not achieved our targets. As much as we have recorded a 15% decline for white rhinos, there has been a 2.9% increase in black rhino poaching. The poaching rate in Kruger continues to vex us, as much as we do know that there has been a shift in the past few months, and we are working with consistency and focus in ensuring that we manage this scourge by, amongst others, removing some of the rhinos from Kruger National Park to other parks to ensure that we reduce the focus that the Kruger National Park has in its entirety with regards to poaching or with regards to the poaching crime syndicates. Can we go to page 13, we have implemented an updated rhino conservation strategy. And that conservation strategy, as I've indicated, speaks to, amongst others, issues such as moving our rhinos to safer parks. We currently have 5 rhino parks, and we are hoping to increase the amount of land that we can utilize for securing rhinos away from the flashpoint that is Kruger National Park. I must also indicate that these particular rhino parks outside of Kruger National Park themselves have not had any increase in poaching of any significance. And therefore, we believe that our strategy with regards to managing rhino poaching in this manner is beginning to bear fruit. We, as you know, honorable members, we have undertaken a program of dehorning of rhinos across our parks. We have dehorned about 1,400 rhinos so far in the Kruger National Park. It's too early to tell to what extent this will begin to bear fruit, but we should be in a position to assess that in give or take another year. Can we move to number 14? We have an agreement that continues in this financial year to deliver animals to Zenave National Park in Mozambique. In the past financial year, we're not able to reach our targets, mainly because we rely on peace parks to provide us with the funding to move these animals. And due to COVID restrictions and other adverse impacts of the COVID pandemic, peace parks itself experienced some major financial problems and could not be able to support us.
Sorry, Madam Acting CEO, and through you, Honorable Chairperson, I see there's a disconnect with the slides that are shown and the slides that you are speaking to. So I don't know. There was not this slide. The
14.
Slide 14.
Yes. Because I reverted to my own screen as I was seeing double on the other screen. Let me see, 14.
If it's okay, Chair, can we through you maybe take responsibility for managing the presentation?
That will help us a lot, but remember we had agreed that the acting CEO would focus on the red and the yellow.
Yes, yes, Chair. At the moment, it's green on the screen, and she's talking to the red. That's why I was saying that there's a disconnect between the score, between the presentation as shown, and if you're, with your permission, can we be allowed to then? I'm happy to assist the CEO. It is slide 13 at the moment. I will. Or either that, or yes, this is a slide.
That is the correct slide. Yes,
that's the correct slide. Slide 13.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for indulging us.
Sure. Let's proceed from 13 then.
Okay. I'll go back to 13, which I had spoken about, which was the measures that we're taking with regards to decreasing or mitigating the risks we face from the poaching case. And I had made reference to a rhino conservation strategy and how a certain facet of that strategy entails the removal of rhinos from Kruger, the relocation of rhinos from Kruger to other parts of the country, other parks, which are not attracting the similar level of interest from poachers. And I also indicated that with these that we call the other rhino parks, it seems to be a strategy that is working for us because we are not experiencing any peaks in poaching in those parks. So we believe that as a strategy, this is one way that we can help to mitigate and safeguard our rhino populations in the Kruger by relocating them and distributing them across the country. I also spoke in brief about what is contained in that rhino conservation strategy, and that relates to the dehorning of rhino. But just to mention that at this stage, we are unable to provide empirical evidence that this as a mitigation strategy is working, and we should be able to address that in another, give or take, 1 year. The next slide, which is number 14. Number 14, we seem to be, and then what is the next slide on your side? Okay. Yes, that's fine. So outcome goal number 1, in total, we have achieved 88% under sustainable biodiversity and cultural heritage. I'd like to move on to outcome goal number 2. And that speaks to improved diverse responsible tourism, and start with slide number 18. Slide number 18 speaks to the issue of total number of new and diverse tourism products implemented. We have not managed to achieve this target. This is a target that is driven primarily by investor interest. It speaks to our private-public partnership program. And what we saw in this past financial year was unprecedented for us as an entity, where there was very little investor interest in some of the products that we advertised, including the ones that we assumed would be very lucrative, including those in the Kruger. But with hindsight, it is not particularly surprising, given that the tourism sector has been so badly hit by the pandemic that I suppose it stands to reason that even investors would be slightly jittery about the recovery prospects of this sector. As you are aware, honorable members, we did have an investment summit in March 2022, primarily to address this issue, to provide information, to provide data and perspective on our recovery prospects as an organization, and of the ecotourism sector as a whole. In one instance, we're not able to achieve this target due to issues to do with a land claimant opposition, which didn't really have much by way of legal standing. But in the interest of our stakeholder engagement and management principles, we pulled that particular tender out of circulation to ensure that the community feels and appreciates that we have given them the time to listen and understand what their concerns are. And this is the one that is in the Pafuri precinct. That matter has been dealt with, and the product has been put back into the pipeline. I'd like to then look at number 19. Number 19 is yellow, and this speaks to the application of our responsible tourism auditing tool. We had a target of 4 national parks. We achieved 3 out of those 4. The 4th one, we were not able to complete the auditing in time because there were delays related to the park management plan assessment itself. And the responsible tourism auditing process is related very closely to the park management plan assessment. Next slide. This is just a summary of the outcome of our performance for outcome goal 2, which reflects that we achieved only 60% and we were off target by 20%. That 20% is a weighting issue, and that speaks specifically to the private public partnership products that we were not able to deliver as we had wished. I'd like to move to outcome goal number 3 and specifically to slide 30. Outcome goal 3 speaks to a sustainable socioeconomic development program, and slide 30 reflects our summary of performance, which is 100%. All targets were met for this goal. Outcome goal number 4 speaks to sustainable and transformed organization through revenue, people, systems, and business processes. That is the next outcome goal I'd like to speak to, and I'd like to go to slide 36. Slide 36. Slide 36 speaks to the human capital management strategy. We were not able to achieve this strategy, this particular target. EXCO had some reservations about some of the strategy tactics that were being proposed. And we're currently going through a consultation process with the strategy, with the intention of finishing it in this quarter, so the 3rd quarter of this year. We will be able to catch up on this and make sure that it is delivered for financial year 22-23. Slide 39. Slide 39, these are issues that the CFO will also get into with a lot more detail. They speak to the unqualified audit opinion. We did achieve an unqualified audit opinion audit in the last financial year. However, we were not able to achieve our target of ensuring that at least at a minimum 80% of our audit action plans are implemented. We only were able to implement 71%. And that has largely to do with the fact that we have not been able to comply to the relevant BE levels. And we were also falling short with regards to declaration of interest amongst our staff. We have already corrected this action, part of this action, and that is specifically the declaration of interest. And we are hoping that at the end of the quarter 3 for this financial year, we will have dealt with the triple BE matter satisfactorily. Next slide. The next slide speaks to our ethics management maturity. We only achieved 75% of the plan, which equates to 9 out of 12 initiatives. And this is largely to do with the fact that our capacity in that area has had very severe constraints, particularly in the first 6 months of the financial year. We have since improved our capacity in the area, and therefore we are comfortable that we will be able to improve on our performance in this area. We did have some restrictions financially with regards to filling some of the critical vacancies, and it is seen and presents itself in various ways in our performance. Slide 43. Slide 43 speaks to our Parks Week, which, as you know, honorable members, is when we provide a free entry to all South Africans for a week, a period of a week. We typically have this week in September, which coincides with Tourism Month. But last year, September was still a bit restrictive in terms of the amount of, in terms of the restrictions on the pandemic, or the restrictions in terms of movement and gathering of people as per pandemic regulations. So we decided in the past financial year to, rather than move it from September to November, we clearly as well had underestimated that November would come with its own set of problems, because in November, it was when we went into the third wave with Omicron coming on board. And we see this in the very low numbers of visitors who were able to visit our national parks for free. Very interesting that in this financial year, we have reached about 75,000. So our number was in line. However, we were hampered by COVID pandemic restrictions and patterns. And people were obviously very reluctant to gather in their numbers, whether free or not. Slide number 45 is a summary of our performance for outcome goal 4. It reflects that 82% is on target, and 9% is off target, with 4% reflecting as work in progress. I would, through you, Honorable Chair, then request the CFO, Mr. Dumisani Dlamini, to take over on the review of our 2021-22 financial performance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting CEO. Good afternoon, Honorable Acting Chairperson of the meeting, honorable members, Minister in her absentia, Deputy Minister, Chairperson of our board members, as well as the Chairperson of other entities and the CEOs and colleagues. Thank you so much again for this opportunity to present the financials of South African National Parks. If you can move to the next slide. So, Chairperson, perhaps maybe it's appropriate just to indicate where we come from at the beginning of the year before we look at the result of the South African National Park. We started the year in a very difficult position when we were coming from COVID-19. As a result, we had predicted that our projected deficit would be about 645 million at the beginning of the year, which was further reduced with an assistant of the department as well as the minister to about 488 million. I must indicate that it has been a very difficult year, like it was in the last 2 years for the organization, in particularly because the matters that affect our revenue are external to the organization. I mean, we're talking about issues of fuel, which have increased about 56%. We're talking about issues of inflation. We're talking about issues of interest rate, which is really reducing the disposable income of the people who normally come to our parks. And these are the factors that really impacted on our revenue. But I must indicate that with additional marketing campaign, as well as extra effort on cost curtailment, we have been as an organization be able to reduce our net deficit by the end of the financial year to 223 million. And I think it is quite a commendable exercise that management has been able to do with an assistant of the board. If we can move to the next slide. This particular slide, it shows you the budget journey of the organization. As you can see from the approved budget, it was approved with a deficit of 488 million. But if you look at the middle column of the final budget, you can see that there's no
there is no deficit that has been articulated in that particular instances. And it talked really about the effort that has been put in place, trying to manage the situation. Next slide. So in this particular slide, we are pleased to present to you as a portfolio committee that our total revenue has grown despite those challenges by 6.5% from 2.6 billion. As you can note that previous year, it was actually 2.496. And I think what is exciting, which you will see in the next slide, is the fact that you can see the switch between the non-exchange revenue, which is your government grant, versus the own revenue that the organization has actually generated. We'll see that in the next slide. So this is the income statement, which is now known as a statement of financial performance. What is interesting, and it's also highlighted in the next slide, you will see that in 2021, we had received a total grant of about 1.5 billion. However, that was significantly reduced to just under $1 billion, which is 935. And I must indicate that bulk of the government grant, it relates to infrastructure as well as EPWP. So the portion that is really received by SANParks for operational purposes is extremely low, which is about 300 million. But you will see the switch on the revenue side that on generated revenue was about 834 million, which is now grown to 1.5 billion. So it's a significant jump in terms of our recovery as an organization. It's just that the expenditure, because of the fixed costs, they remain high within the organization, but it really indeed better results as compared to the previous year. Next slide. This particular slide is just button down that point. As you can see, government grant, including a small donation of about 7 million, it was 943 million, but last day it was 1.5, but you can see a big switch really in on generated revenue. And you can see the work that has been put in place to try to come back to recover as an organization. Next slide. So this one, it shows different categories of our revenue performance, in particularly tourism. I must indicate that the domestic market continues to give us so much support in terms of tourism, in particularly overnight visitors. Conservation fee, they remain depressed because they're usually boosted by international tourists, which have not been coming through. And obviously we do have quite a bad incident outside of our park, which might even negatively impact on the revenue going forward. Retail activities, they always profitable because even when we lock down, our parks are closed, but those one they remain continue with the performance. We did had a challenge with regard to concession fee because of the force measure that we had, but eventually we are seeing a turnaround, in particular in this new financial year. As you can see in the slide that is showing at the bottom line, is it has grown from 38 million to about 61, and we expect that it's going to be better going forward. Next slide. In terms of expenditure, our total expenditure for previous financial year was 2.9 billion. It's up from 2.6 billion, and the reason why it's up is because during lockdown we had less operational activities, and when we open up, we had to increase our effort of looking after our visitors, marketing effort, which has actually resulted in a more growth in the expenditure. But it is a growth that is currently being managed. You will notice that our employee costs, they are actually sitting at 48% for that financial year, which is below 50%. And which I also think is commendable for a complex entity like ours. You will see that many entities, they will have expenditure of employee costs being higher than 50%, and in most instances between 70 and 80%, which is really not the case within the organization. Operating expenses, you can see they're slightly less than employee costs. They are currently sitting at 47% of the total expenditure of the organization. Next slide. This is the balance sheet. You will see the big noticeable change is the movement is on cash. And again, you will see that there's a link between the previous income statement that has been actually indicated versus what we are currently seeing. And the biggest movement is really in cash and cash equivalent, other current assets, which is actually significantly dropped. But all other assets, they remain fairly flat. You will see also in our expenditure and in our liabilities, we've actually tried to pay as much as we can with the cash that is available. The only difference which you will see a bit of a growth under non-current liabilities, it has to do with employee obligation, in particular post-retirement medical aid. Next slide. So if you're looking at our liquidity of the organization, as you can see that our current assets, they stood at 1.9 billion versus 2.3 previous year. But you can see that we do have a sufficient coverage of our liabilities. Our asset test ratio is really sitting at 1.49:1, which is also fairly good. The current ratio is sitting at 1.53 versus 1, which means that we can almost twice be able to cover any liabilities that we have as an organization. And there is a graphical representation of the same information on the same slide. And next slide. So I just want to indicate that as much as we've generated much more cash than the previous year, which is, if you look at cash flow from operating activities, it has grown from 2 billion to about 2.3. Obviously, we've used more cash, which is about 2.5 versus the 2.1 in the previous year. But you will notice that as an organization, we are having our cash resources declining. 2 years ago at 2.5 billion, which has actually moved down by 300 million to about 2.2. And you can see that this year, for the first time, we are actually sitting below 2 billion. It's 1.7 billion. And again, it talks about the struggle of our operation generating sufficient cash to be able to keep up to the minimum of our legal obligation. Obviously, the rest of the cash that you are currently seeing, it relates to infrastructure, EPWP. Next slide. So the slide is just explain what I've indicated in the cash flow itself. Can we move to audit? If you can move to a couple of slides forward again. Move again. Thank you very yes, thank you very much. And all right, that's fine. I think you needed to stay on the previous ones. You've moved, yes, thank you very much. So we thought of perhaps before we even deal with the year under review to show you how we have dealt with the audit finding in the previous 2 years. You will see that in this particular slide, there was a number or an increased declaration by management of irregular expenditure. As you can see, it's been highlighted by the Auditor General because this is exactly how the audit finding was worded. And you will also see that in that particular year, where a number of cases that went through disciplinary hearing, and hence we didn't have that particular audit finding. So this particular matter has been resolved, and you can see if you move to the next slide, this issue of classification of expenditure was resolved as well. And the next one. So what is critical about this particular slide is to indicate that most of the audit findings that were raised by the Auditor General 2 years ago, they did not resurface in the new year. And it talks about how we're trying to deal with those. I would quickly now move to the current year that we are dealing with. If you can move a little bit again. Yes, thank you very much. So in this particular slide, I mean, there are just two areas of finding. One which has to do with financial statement. The good thing about the financial statement is that it's much easier and better to resolve accounting audit finding as opposed to other finding. And that's why we're comfortable that we'll be able to resolve. In fact, as the chairperson have indicated that there's an audit improvement plan, part of the audit improvement plan is to do interim financial statement. We're currently busy with that, and we'll be producing a set of financial statement that will be actually reviewed by the internal audit. It's not statutorily required, but it's one of our extra mile to make sure that we really deal with the issues of the audit finding. The MET score, perhaps, maybe before I even deal with this particular finding, as you can see that the due date for the action plan are already indicated. The MET score, this is what we call a management effectiveness tracking tool. It's one of the two mostly widely used or globally adopted applicable generic system that we actually was developed to assess protected areas management effectiveness. So it's really used in various programs, and it really helps us to actually see how the organization progressed towards Convention on Biological Diversity. So it has been designed to track as well as monitor how SANParks is managing the protected areas. So we use a particular system which AG has actually found that it's not reliable. And we are currently engaging the department as the system is managed by the department. One of the things that we've actually undertook to do for the current year is to use the manual processes to be able to support the MET score. And we've already agreed with AG in terms of how we need to do that. And that's what's the mitigation control that we've put in place up until such time that the issues that relate to the system have been resolved. Next slide. So these, all the slide, all the three findings that are in this particular slide, they relate to irregular expenditure. So we have ramped up our loss control function. These active cases that are currently being looked after. The loss control committee has actually met 4 times. We have actually dealt with about 19 cases. All of that, and 7 of them have already been finalized, and number of sanctions have been issued to various employees who have actually caused this particular irregular expenditure. We've developed a checklist to make sure that people are properly guided when it comes to dealing with issues of SAM. I personally went down to park managers meeting where I've actually spent 5 hours with them in terms of how we're dealing with these particular issues. We're actually meeting with DTI in terms of how we're dealing with some of these issues, and we're quite comfortable that we are on the right track to make sure that these are actually controlled and adequately attended to. Next slide. So again, it continues with irregular expenditure. And one of the things that we've actually learned through this process is how important it is to put a proper explanation. This is even if it has to do with variation, it has to do with deviation, and this is something that we are currently putting in place. What we're also doing as an organization is a review of our delegation authority to make sure that it really helps us to implement a PFMA successfully. And those are the things that we are currently making sure that when we reach 31st March 2023, we are actually ready for the auditors. By the way, on Friday this week, we're already having a planning meeting with AG, and they've actually quite comfortable with the plan that we've actually put in place, and we'll be meeting to make sure that we button those down this coming Friday. Next slide. So I believe this should be the last slide, and it also has to do with mainly the big finding here is expenditure not incurred in accordance to the budget. It's linked to what I've indicated earlier on by the organization not having been able to sufficiently generate revenue. As I've indicated that we're using cost control in place, and we're also making sure that there's more marketing campaign to increase our revenue. We just discussed as an executive team a new cost curtailment measures, which will be issuing a memo so that we can actually strengthen in making sure that the costs are actually contained within the organization. Next slide, I believe it's the last one. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will then stand back to get guidance as well, accept questions from members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CFO. Honorable members, it's our opportunity now to engage with the presentation. Honorable Paulsen, Honorable Weber, Honorable Bryant, Honorable Gancho, Honorable Phillips, in that order. Honorable Paulsen.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Sorry, I just want to get my my camera on. Chairperson, through you, and thank you very much for the presentation done by SANParks. I'd just like to know, there were socio-economic baselines, or there are socioeconomic baselines conducted in areas around our parks, our national parks. And I'd like to know, how has this research been used to develop community profiles and an understanding of what influence this has on sandparks community livelihood strategies? And then how many people from surrounding communities are employed at sandparks through the expanded public works program? What is the value of the payroll for those communities, and the number and the value of the payroll? And a number of parks such as Kruger are under claim from neighboring communities. How many claims are still outstanding, and what is being done to address these claims? And then lastly, the Met system, there's issues with it, and the Auditor General has red flagged this system. And I'd like to know whether the system was piloted first before it was implemented by the department, and what sort of testing did you do through the pilot phases, and what were the results of these tests before implementing a system that cost us so much money? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Paulsen. Honorable Weber.
Chair, I switched my video on this time. My electricity is bad, so I hope you can hear me clearly.
We can only wish you the best, Honorable Weber.
Thank you, sir. All right, I have 4 questions. My first question is on the 89 animals that have been moved this year. So on slide 13, Ms. Selu said that these populations that have been moved were growing significantly, and that results in the need for more translocations. So I hope I understood it correctly. But my question is, did they move the mothers with their babies? And then secondly, were some of these rhinos that was moved pregnant? And then what I get to is, how can they increase significantly within a year of being removed if the above was not true? Because it takes a female rhino 2.5 years to 5 years to actually give a baby, one baby, or sometimes they get twins. So I can't see that in 1 year the growth was so significantly that we need to translocate more rhino. So I just don't think that linked to one another. The second question I would like to ask is, she said that dehorning, they're looking into it, and within a year's time they will see if dehorning really helps. Maybe I, in my ignorance, can assist with that, because in Kruger National Park, they actually kill dehorned rhinos because they want the inside of the rhino. So in that regard, dehorning doesn't work. But my question to that is, there was a target set for 300 rhinos being dehorned every year. So my question is, did you reach this target? And if not, why not? And if so, is it in our budget? How much did it cost you? Then on slide 43, I would like to know what was the reason for 5 national parks not taking part in that week where people can come for free in National Parks Week, especially they are one of the 5 that creates the best revenue. So what would the reason be for those 5 parks not taking part in creating money for or creating revenue for sandparks? And then my last question is directly directed at the CFO. And Mr. Dlamini, please forgive my ignorance if that is. When one does a disciplinary, the funds in that disciplinary comes from sandparks. You spoke about your disciplinaries that you have had. There's one specific disciplinary that you didn't speak on, That is a disciplinary of 3 of your members that is now over 10 million rand. And I don't see anywhere in your budget where that money came from and that has been paid. One of the guys are still ongoing. So my question is, who is paying for it? Is Sandparks responsible for the money, or who has been paying for these 3 disciplinaries? I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. That is regarding the ex-CEO, your social economic development person and one of your employees in Sandparks in Kruger National Park. If you can just enlighten me, where did that money come from and who was paying for it? So thank you very much.
Honorable Bryant.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just want to start off firstly, in our last engagement with Sandparks, there was a commitment from both the Deputy Minister, who was representing the Minister in the meeting at the time, and the acting CEO, that they would engage with the SAPs regarding the protests on the roads leading into Kruger. I just want to find out what the results of those engagements were and whether they made progress in their engagement with SAPs. Secondly, the question in terms of the unfilled ranger posts. Recently, we were also advised that progress was going to be made soon in terms of filling those 87 unfilled ranger posts, as well as the fence monitors for the outer regions of Kruger National Park. It's one thing saying that one is struggling to find budget, but if you are sitting with unfilled positions, it is a little bit more difficult to have sympathy when one is then also unable to stem the tide of poaching. And coming on to that, I had a little bit of a conflicting report there. We were told that, you know, there's a 21% decrease in the number of rhinos poached. That is a statistic, but that doesn't mean that that is a success. What's happening is the numbers of rhinos in Kruger National Park is decreasing year on year, and there are simply fewer rhinos for poachers to poach. People who now go to Kruger Park struggle to even see a rhino in many instances when they are going around on the safari vehicles. So 21% decrease is certainly not something to be boasting about. The target should be 0 rhinos poached. We've said this so many times before. And sitting with 87 unfilled ranger posts, polygraph testing that still hasn't even been implemented yet, although we understand it's going to be coming to the board next month, fingers crossed. The apparent decline in the poaching to 195 that's been reported. What that actually works out to, if you look at it as a percentage of the average population, the poaching is actually still staying the same at around 7% of the average of the reported estimated population. So the fact of the matter is that the population declined by a further 351 rhinos, or 13.4%, which is an all-time low, as confirmed in our last meeting, of 2,458 rhinos. So there's nothing to trumpet about. There's no success here. There is an abject failure to protect the rhino population in Kruger Park. And we can't blame the rangers. The fault is coming from management.
Honorable Bryant, you got cut for a minute there. Are you able to come back?
I think it's frozen.
I think he's frozen, yeah. Okay, Honorable Ganjo, We hope that Honorable Bryant will come back.
I'm trying to switch on my video. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And let me also appreciate the report from SANParks. I only have two questions, Chairperson. Actually, the first one, Honorable Bryant covered me on the issue of rhino poaching, because I also wanted to check what other strategies do they have to try to curb this rhino poaching. Dehorning can't be the only way. And also I wanted to check, are they happy with the current security systems that they have? And also why are they not employing the rangers so that they can assist and try to secure Kruger National Park? Lastly, Chair, I see that we have an acting CEO and an acting CFO. When do they intend to fill these positions? We can't have a Hollywood kind of an arrangement. We need stability in SANParks. So can they respond to those questions? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Gancho. Honorable Bryant, I see you are back. Can we take Honorable Phillips and then you'll come in?
Of course, Chair, no problem.
Sure. Honorable Phillips.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Honourable Bryant has covered some of my questions on the rhinos. My other question on the rhino, though, is the amount that we are given of the 2,458 rhino in the Kruger Park. Is that the amount of the rhino actually in the Kruger Park, or does that include the rhino that have been relocated from the Kruger Park? And then there were previously 237 rhino relocated. What is the update on those rhino that were relocated? Then I want to just touch on some of the management in the camps. How many of the rest camps have acting camp managers? And how many have appointed camp managers? And then the supply chain management challenges that have been brought to my attention in some of the camps, where the camps are battling to get just your daily needs for different cleaning materials for different reasons, and then also like correct printing cartridges for the printers that they have. Is that being addressed by the supply chain management? And then the waste management in the camps. It seems to leave a lot to be desired. Very few of the camps have baboon-proof dustbins, especially outside the rondavels. Those are just normal dustbins, and you get all the monkeys and the baboons digging in there. And then my other question is, what kind of enforcement or what kind of penalties are there for people who feed the wild animals in the Kruger Park? And here I'm specifically thinking of the family of hyenas that were shot a few months ago because they were scavenging at a picnic spot, and the visitors were feeding the hyenas, and there didn't seem to be any action taken whatsoever against the people who were feeding the hyenas. And I don't think that the animals in the Kruger Park should pay for with their lives because we're not enforcing the rules against feeding the animals. So those are mainly my questions. And then I had one on water reuse. Now, we all know that we've got a water scarce country, and the gardens in the camps are looking very, very sad. Is not there a possibility to recycle the water and use grey water to actually maintain the gardens in the camps? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Phillips. Honorable Bryant.
Thanks, Chairperson. Apologies for getting cut off. You know how things are at the moment, unfortunately. Chairperson, I won't be much longer. I'm just going to carry on from where I left off. Just in terms of the translocations, I'm also equally concerned, a little bit baffled, same as my colleague Honorable Weber. 89 out of 495 were relocated to Senave. Can I just check if those were all from Kruger Park? Where did they come from? And then my reading of it was that it said, because those animals have done well, there's no further need for translocation. So what happens to the other animals then? And why was the initial target 495? If now 89 are sufficient? I don't quite understand that, but maybe it's, I'm just not reading it correctly. I apologize. And then in terms of the bids for tenders, there were a lot of tenders that went out there. Are you saying that there wasn't a single bid received for any of those tenders that were put out, or that there were no successful bids? Because if there wasn't a single bid received, I mean, one can blame COVID, but that for me is a sign that there's an issue in terms of advertising those tenders. If not one single bid was received, that seems very, very odd. I looked online briefly, and I see those tenders are, but I'm just wondering how extensively they were advertised, if there was no take up at all. And then just finally, in terms of the horn that is being trimmed, those rhino stockpiles, are those audited on a regular basis in terms of tonnage and in terms of numbers? If so, I would request that we be given access to that information. We don't need to know the locations of any of those stockpiles, but it is important, given the value of rhino horn and the concern of many people that there is the potential for horn stockpiles to be pilfered, that we get access to those numbers, and not simply an assurance that the stockpiles are all okay. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation, but I have some few questions, like on the reasons, the rhino population. I know the approaching rate that can be corrected. So I think you must be having a strategy on how to correct that, but the natural death, you can't. It's a natural thing. But the birth rate also, you can increase it. You need to have a strategy on how to increase it. You know you are working with animals and you know how it can be done. So it needs to be corrected. It mustn't be the reason for variance, especially the poaching and the poaching rate and the birth rate. But the natural death rate, it's acceptable because it's something that is happening naturally. Please, don't you have a strategy on how to correct those two? And then there's an unqualified audit report where you said 71% corrective actions, but there's two reasons that I don't understand. You said compliance to relevant level in BBBEE, and also the declaration of interest. Is it declaration of interest from the service provider, and compliance to relevant level BBBEE? I know it's from the service provider, but how are you correcting that? It can be a reason, but it must be a corrective measure on how to correct that. Then on the number of sun parks, slide 39, on the number of slide 43, number of SANParks weeks. You mentioned of COVID-19. I know COVID-19, yes, it has affected us, but don't you think that by now you should have some improvement on the effect of COVID-19? I know it has affected most of us. Then on the weather conditions reasoning, I don't think it covers all the areas, all the provinces. Yes, it can cover the province that you've mentioned, but it cannot cover all the provinces in such a way that it can have a negative impact on the slide 43. Somehow you need to improve on your corrective measures. Thank you.
Let me check if there are other hands. Honorable Phillips, I want to suspect it's an old hand.
Oh, yes. So sorry, Chair. I'll take it down now.
No problem. CFO, I see Minister Chrissy, welcome. Am I right to assume that you want to ask a question?
Good afternoon, Chairperson. I definitely don't want to, if you are still asking questions, let me hold off. I just wanted to alert you to the fact that I have joined the meeting, and I would just want to make one or two comments before the team respond. But you will tell me when is the time. It's clearly not now. Thanks.
Okay. Welcome, Minister. I had actually noticed you. I was going to acknowledge you, but then let's proceed. I want to speak to the CFO quickly. CFO, I think Honorable Mbata touches two issues that relates to COVID. There was a time when we were under hard lockdown. That was 2021. We are currently dealing with 2021-2022 financial year statements. I don't think it's fair that we must constantly refer to lockdown, unless what you are saying to us is that what you are presenting in a form of the total expenditure of about 2.9 was then incurred in 2019-2020 or 2021. Perhaps you want to take us through there. But then on your audit improvement plan, you spoke about 3 quotations that have been picked up by the AG under the financial year under review. One of the pertinent issues that I noticed is that you had said that 3 quotes were obtained and a deviation that was not approved by a delegated person. And you are saying to us you are expecting to take disciplinary actions latest by 2023 March. At this point, there are no disciplinary steps that were taken against the officials who had allowed or permitted the irregular expenditure. And if my memory serves me well, you spoke about over 19 people who had actively participated in the incurrence of that deviation, and they did not get approval and so on. I don't understand why would it take such a long time? Because if the AG has picked it and it's an audit concern from the point of view of the AG, why must it take such a long time? And this is not happening for the first time, CFO. In the previous financial year, So basically, it's a recurrence that there are people who are consistent in who are taking quotations and who do not get who do not have the authority to approve the deviations, or they are not delegated with necessary power to approve the 3 quotations, which is on its own. There was no way that the AG could not have picked it up. But then you are saying to us, there's no DC disciplinary steps that were taken, and it can the due date is only in the 31st of March 2023. I don't understand, because by then we should be preparing for another term of the AG's findings. But you're also saying that there's going to be PFMA training and on irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. What are you saying to us, Sipho? You are going to retrain the same people who have over time jumped the same rules of operation. You are going to train them again with hope that these people are going to be better people tomorrow. But just lastly, what is expected? What kind of a sanction in a form of a consequence management can we expect as and when you decide to deal with these people? Whether you are going to train them and whatever else, that's okay. But then what is the worst thing in a form of a consequence management that will be incurred by this person who underwent the irregular expenditure? Basically, that is my concerns. Honorable Minister, do you want me to invite you quickly, and then you give us an overview based on some of the questions that have been asked by honorable members before we allow the technical team to respond?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair of the meeting. And let me greet all the honorable members, as well as representatives of our entities, departmental representatives, and also those members of the public that would be live streaming this meeting. Chairperson, I just wanted to start off with the question which Honorable Paulson raised, and I think that his point about the impact of conservation areas on rural communities is a very important question, and obviously the team will answer some of the technical issues that he's raising. But I think that, Honorable Paulson, you would be aware that we have, over the last few months, been working on public participation on the Biodiversity and Conservation White Paper, and also on the game meat strategy. And I think that integral to both of those documents is an understanding that that maybe not so much the protected areas or the conservation estate, but the biodiversity and conservation sector in general could be playing a more pivotal role on creating sustainable livelihoods in rural areas. And I think there's also a recognition that despite the best efforts of a range of players, including the department and SANParks, we have not really optimized either the economic benefits that could take place, nor have we optimized the transformation efforts. And I think that all of this work has been further undermined by the COVID-19 pandemic, which completely decimated tourism and the economy that tourism supports in the biodiversity and conservation sectors. So over the last weekend, we had a workshop with a number of representatives of traditional authorities and other rural communities that live on the outskirts of the protected areas in our country. And we talked at some length about activities that we need to undertake in order that we can intensify the impact that we have. We are targeting the biodiversity indaba that will take place in March next year as a place where we've got to be offering more support in terms of project preparation, in terms of financial support from the small business sector, more support from the agricultural sector. You know that we have memoranda of understanding with these departments that we've been working on. So I think that one would want at the outset to say that there is a lot more work that we have to do in that regard. The team will obviously update you on the Kruger land claims. This is something that we've been working very hard on to settle. And I think the team would also be able to update you in terms of the investment summit that Sandparks had last year as to how we are trying to create greater access for new players in the biodiversity and conservation economy inside the protected estate. The second issue that I want to speak on is the question of rhino poaching. And Chair, I would want to suggest that at some stage, as a committee, we have a physical in-committee meeting where we can deal with some of the questions relating to numbers, relocations, audits of horn, et cetera. Because I think that one always understands that when you run criminal syndicates, one of the major places you get your information is in the public domain. So I think that honourable members are 100% correct in wanting to hold the department to account on these matters. I think that honourable members would also understand that some of this information is very sensitive. And I think that what I would like us to do is to sit down together and actually talk about how we handle the whole thing and how we deal with security information that we wouldn't necessarily want to put in the public domain. But my view is that information can be shared with honourable members under appropriate conditions. And that is something I think we need to discuss. What is very important to say to honourable members in the fight against rhino poaching is that if we think that the fight against rhino poaching can be solved only by putting boots on the ground, then I think we don't understand the nature of the crime that is taking place. This is essentially organized and syndicated crime. And part of the way in which we are dealing with it is through our Fusion Center, where we are working with a range of policing agencies. And colleagues will see that we've had significant busts, both at OR Tambo International Airport, at a processing facility in Ekurhuleni, and also most recently in the international domain. And that is really part of the work of the Fusion Center. And I think that what we are working on is closing the exit routes and also closing off market access by this syndicated crime. And colleagues I think that in a closed meeting, we can also give a little bit more of that information and a little bit more of the detail. But honourable members would also recognize that in the absence of that kind of activity, all we're going to do is we're going to displace the crime. And that's what's happening. It's getting displaced into the private reserves. It's getting displaced into other provinces. And that's really, I think, not what ultimately we would be intending to do. So, Chair, we can sit down with yourself, with the House Chair, and also honourable members, and see how we can arrange a briefing around some of these issues, so that we can be sensitive to the matters that we are dealing with, but at the same time intensify accountability to members of this portfolio committee, which in my view is our duty. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. CEO. CEO. Acting
Thank you, Chair.
CEO, SANParks.
I'm here, Chair. I had noted that the chairperson of the board had also switched on her video. Honorable Chair, what we have done is we have allocated the various questions that we received from the honorable members to our colleagues who are present here. I would like to call on Dr. Lutando Dziba and Mr. Property Mokoena to handle the issues to do with rhino poaching. And once they're done, we will allocate the other questions to other colleagues and some to myself. Thank you, Chair. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Acting CEO. Good afternoon, Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members, and the chairs of the boards of entities, as well as the CEOs and colleagues. Chair, I would like to first respond to the question by Honorable Paulson on the MAT system to indicate that yes, the MAT system was tested by the department working with the consultant who developed the system. And we did, however, discover that there were some challenges when we were now uploading MAC assessments on that system. The issues that have been flagged by the AG in the system are now being considered by the department. And as SANParks, because of the findings from the AG that related to the weaknesses that were picked up on the system, we have also requested permission to be able to go back to using manual spreadsheets in the meantime as part of the assessment, because they are standard manual spreadsheets, and then go back to the digital system once it has been fixed and has been tested, and once the concerns that have been raised by the AG have been fully addressed. On the question from Honorable Weber relating to the movement of rhino populations, I wanted to clarify that what we, the CEO basically stated was that as part of our rhino strategy, we are considering moving or introducing rhino to new areas around the country. We have developed, as part of the rhino conservation strategy, we are developing a program on that we call the Rhino Range Expansion Program. And in that program, and reflecting on the success that we've seen in the other rhino parks where poaching rates are very low, where the population is growing at about 6.2% per annum, as that is in the last financial year. We basically want to replicate that in new areas. And we are talking about new areas because we are aware that some of the populations in the other rhino parks are starting to reach saturation or carrying capacity, because we are starting to see higher mortalities among bulls, which is a sign that bulls are starting to fight for territory or home range territory. And so we have not moved rhinos from Kruger in the last 4 years, and the last rhino translocations were sales to private owners who bought rhinos from Kruger. And we would initiate a program to start translocating rhino, but we would source these animals from different parks across the country, not just from Kruger National Park. I think our biggest challenge with moving rhino from Kruger, which I want to highlight to members, is that it comes at a huge cost because of the TB status of the park, which basically means that for every rhino that we move, we must incur an expense in excess of 80,000 rands to test those animals, keep them in bomas for several months while we're testing them, and then be able to move them into new areas. This is quite a substantial cost, and it's something that we want to work with the Department of Agriculture to try and minimize the impact, both on rhino conservation, but also on food security. With regards to dehorning, we want to clarify that, and I want to appreciate the guidance that we received from the minister, and we would welcome an opportunity together with the minister and to share more details and specifics to members. But we see dehorning not as a single solution, but as part of a broader set of strategies covered in our rhino strategy to deal with issues related to rhino poaching. And we are seeing the impact of the multiple strategies that we are applying, and we would be quite happy to share this information with the members in the meeting that is to be arranged as per request from the minister. On the unfilled ranger posts, and I think the CFO or the COO will speak to this, but the main thing, and I'm speaking to it in relation to poaching, is that it has really been due to budget constraints that we've not been able to fill positions, and not that we have not been willing or keen to do so. And I want to indicate as well that our aspiration is really to have zero poaching of rhino, but the reality is that we are dealing with complex organized crime, and it's something that, despite all our efforts internally within the Kruger National Park and the multiple strategies that we would be very much happy to share in detail with the members in a closed meeting, we still see quite a significant amount of pressure. In our annual report, or as presented by the CEO, one of the things that members will have noted is that the black rhino population has started to stabilize and actually increased by about 2.9%. And the white rhino population is where we're experiencing significant challenges. And those challenges are mainly due to the fact that white rhinos, like grazers that usually graze in open spaces in a savanna system, and that makes them easy targets. We also note the points around the percentage of poaching, and I think we would like the opportunity to discuss that in detail so that we can reflect on these issues. So all of the questions that relate to the numbers specifically around rhinos or rhino poaching, as well as our strategies, I would like to request, Honorable Chair, through you, that we deal with them in the meeting that the minister has requested. The last question that I want to clarify, which was asked by Honorable Bryant, relates to the translocation of animals to Zinav National Park. And this is basically part of a bilateral program with the government of Mozambique. And SANParks uses this program because we cannot move animals from Kruger to anywhere in the country due to TB quarantine status of Kruger National Park. But because Mozambique is to the east of Kruger and the disease is endemic in the area, Mozambique indicated that they would welcome getting animals from Kruger. And these are not rhino, but these are plains game, zebra, wildebeest, impala, and so on. And the reason why we were not able to meet the 495 target that we set was that during in the middle of the financial year, long after the midterm review had been completed, Peace Parks Foundation, which funds the translocation and partners with the government of Mozambique, indicated that they had financial constraints and they were unable to meet the requirement to translocate 495 animals. And so we were only able to send a truckload of about 9 animals only. What I think we have learned from that experience and this year is that this matter is a matter that we would perhaps need to deal with on a request by request basis rather than approve it on a multi-year basis because of the current uncertainties. Before the pandemic, there was a lot of certainty around these, and we were able to plan and implement these matters on a regular basis. Chair, the matter on rhino stockpiles, we will also defer to the meeting that the minister requested, and hope that that receives your approval. Thank you very much, Chair and CEO. I don't know if Mr. Mukwena would like to add.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ziba, and thanks, Acting CEO. Thank you, Chair Modise, Honorable Minister Chrissy, and Deputy Minister, and all honorable members, and board chairs of entities, and CEOs and colleagues. Good afternoon. I will try just to speed up on the few issues which were raised. I think there was a question around the number of people we employed on the EPWP within parks by Honorable Paulsen. I must say that Sun Parks benefits a lot from that program. We employed about 13,000 people on that program at the cost of almost 300 million, and it is fully funded by the state or by DFFE. So we appreciate it a lot. And in terms of where these people are coming from, as you will know that most of our national parks are located in rural areas. So we employ from surrounding areas, and we've got different local structures such as community structures and park forums, which we use for such employment or for selection purposes. It would not make any business sense to employ people who are from far for this job. So we concentrate on the people who are around our national parks. That's the one question which I wanted to touch on. I think on the rhino issue, it has been clearly explained, but I must say that as much as there's challenges down in KNP, on the other rhino parks, we have the target which the honorable member has sort of suggested. We've got a 0 target rate, which means for the past 2 years, we haven't lost a rhino on the other rhino parks. And the dehorning strategy, it's one of the strategies. There's other mechanisms which we use, such as canine, such as security intervention, and it becomes complicated for someone who wants to poach in that particular park if he knows that a particular rhino or rhinos have been dehorned. He is now taking a risk of being arrested for not getting what he intended to do. So it's a psychological matter. But I fully agree with the proposal which the minister has made to say we can deal with the issues of rhinos in a closed session, where we can explain some of the strategies in terms of how the horn is cut, the shape and form, because there's some theories around there as well from the buyers who wanted a particular shape or a particular cut. So the way we cut it, it discourages the recipient or the poacher on the other side. And there's the issue of waste management, which was raised by, I think, Honorable Phillips and of people who are feeding animals. SANParks is very strict when it comes to that, I must say. And places like Kalahari and KNP, we have even recycling plants where all the waste gets sent to that plant to be recycled in terms of the principles of recycling. So when it comes to the guests who are causing either feeding animals or littering in national parks, is totally not acceptable or not allowed. In other parks, most of the receipts have rules on the back of the receipt which you get when you pay, which stipulates some of those do's and don'ts if you are visiting a national park. If you are found to be feeding animals, you will definitely get a fine in a national park. So it's not encouraged. And almost most of our dustbins are either animal proof or baboon proof in the national parks to prevent animals from feeding on those dustbins. And lastly, the areas like Kalahari and Golden Gate and Kruger National Park has a code of conduct which binds even the employees in terms of how to deal with litter. If you are found if you can be found to be littering while you are employed, it's even serious, you can be dismissed. But I think for the tourists, they will only get a fine. But our interventions there, it's a question of us doing more awareness so that they understand the risks of feeding animals, because once you start feeding them, then they become dependent on people, and they cannot no longer take care of themselves in the field. So there's other implications around that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. CEO, CFO, you have literally 10 minutes.
I will request the CFO to take the issues then, Honorable Chair, on the finance side, given our time constraints. CFO, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting CEO. Thank you very much, Chairperson. So just to start with the first question on the disciplinary hearing cost, if I'm correct, it was Honorable Weber. It's coming from our legal cost, which is located under the CFO division. It's a cost that we have not budgeted for it because really nobody knew that this incident will befall to the organization, and secondly, and the extent of how long it will delay, and the legal cost that have, as you've actually mentioned the number. So if you look at our legal cost expenditure, we were overspending in the previous year, and so some of the disciplinary cases have not been concluded. We are still overspending in that particular respect. And I think what really complicated matters was the fact that some of the employees who were suspended, they were also, taking some of these matters into court, and SANParks has got no choice but to defend themselves. And unfortunately, in those instances, you find yourself that you have to deal with the legal costs. SCM challenges, which I think Honorable Phillips have made reference to in various parks, we are dealing with SCM challenges, and we are quite aware of the shortage of staff. One of the things that we are actually getting it right is to actually put in place term contracts. It's working very well in Kruger National Park, because what it does is that once you've put in place a contract for 3 years, You don't have to do RFQs. And some of the parks are actually busy. You find that you get anything between 25 to 50 requests per day. There's no amount of people in SDM that will be able to process those requests on a daily basis because of just the volumes and the fact that it involves service providers. From the park side, there's a memo that has been sent to acting CEO to approve 2 additional regional SDM managers to help us to coordinate those activities in parks. As soon as that has been approved, we should be able to advertise as soon as possible and be able to fill those positions. Lockdown, Honorable Modise, when we make reference to it, in 2019-2020, if you recall, when it first happened is that we were locked down on the 26th of March. It had little or no impact to the organization because it was really about 4 days before the end of that financial year. So when we talk about lockdown, we're talking about the ripple effect of it mainly in 2021. The unfortunate thing is that as much as all of it happens in a calendar year, but some parks work in the financial year. And in many cases, the financial year is strangled between 2 calendar years. And that's why we're talking about mainly 2021, as well as some of impact is in 2021, 2022. You'll also recall that the state of disaster was really lifted officially by the president on the 15th of March 2022, which is literally also about 15 days before the end of the financial year that we're looking at. So that's what we're mentioning when we're talking about it. On the issue of the 3 quotations, we're not saying that there's no disciplinary hearing. What we're saying is that there were 19 cases that relates to this all irregular expenditure. And we say out of the 19 cases, 7 cases have been concluded. So which means there's been a disciplinary process, somebody's got either a final written warning or first written warning, whatever the case might be. So those have been concluded. Why is it taking so long? The reason why it's taking so long because we are trying to follow a National Treasury regular expenditure framework to the T. And that's one. The second thing is that because the issue of employees, it has to do with Labor Relations Act. And once you do a particular step wrong, it might be procedurally unfair. And we don't want to find ourselves in that situation. So the process is that there's a determination test that has been done by a particular unit. It gets sent to a loss control committee, and they confirm that it referred to HR by myself. Then from HR, it then related to the relevant executive, who then undertake relevant disciplinary hearing. Of course, the issues of common laws where you need to give a person a chance to actually explain why did he cause a disciplinary, irregular expenditure. We do all of those things up until such time then we then issue the charges and all of that. So when we're talking about March 2023, it's what we envisage to have concluded the process. Process has already started, and some of the cases has been concluded, some of the cases are actually going on. Training, the training has already been taking place. We had a training with National Treasury, and it was really training people in understanding the fundamental. It does not necessarily mean that when the training is happening, then people will not be held accountable. Those are 2 different processes. What we're trying to make sure as an organization is to make sure that by the time you discipline a person, you have empowered the person to the best of your ability. And the person knows what he's supposed to do and not to do. So that by the time you discipline the person, then you know that you've covered all the aspects. Thank you very much. I hope I have covered all the questions that were directed to me.
Thank you. Yes. Chair, we do have time constraints. I will answer 2 other questions. There was a question about the number of claims in Kruger National Park. We have a total of 16 claims. 7 of those claims have been settled in the Kruger National Park. There was also a question regarding the extent to which the tenders for the triple Ps were far-reaching, and I'd like to confirm that we advertise in the city press, the Sunday Times, the government portal, as well as local newspapers and our own website. And these are the advertising platforms that we have used in the past. So what we noted, the trend that we noted last year was definitely out of sync with anything that we have seen. And we still maintain that it is a reflection of investor jitteriness regarding the tourism industry. I must just indicate though that now we're in a new financial year, we're seeing a difference. There are other tenders that we have put through, and we have received significant interest. So there has been a change in this financial year. I'm not too sure how much time we have, Chairperson, or whether, Honorable Chairperson, you will request that we can address some of the questions that we may have not addressed adequately here, that we respond in writing. I shall be guided by yourself, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Can I just check how many questions are you left with?
I think the bulk of them were dealt with, Chair, Honorable Chair, through Minister and ourselves. There was a few very technical questions about the rhinos in terms of how they moved with babies and so on and so forth, and I think those will be tackled in the engagement that the minister had proposed. Shall we reserve them for that discussion?
That's fine. I see honorable members want to do follow-ups. We'll start with Honorable Bryant and go to Honorable Mbata. It's now 10 to 2. At least by 2 o'clock, we need to engage with Isimangaliso. Honorable Bryant.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Firstly, I'd like to welcome the proposal by the Minister that we have an in-committee meeting to discuss the details, in particular around the stockpiles and the other sensitive info. So that really is welcome and appreciated, and I look forward to that meeting. I think perhaps in addition to that, at the same meeting, we could potentially also have an open section of that meeting, because I think there are some things that we're going to be following up on, as per what the acting CEO has just mentioned, that I think could be in the public realm, but the confidential information and the in-committee details, I would propose then we obviously take that in committee with a separate agenda, and how we do that in a virtual sitting, I think would have to be reevaluated, and perhaps we would need to do that in a physical sitting with a red agenda or something, but we wait and see. Chair, just two very quick ones. The first one was a question to the CEO. My first question was just in terms of the engagements that her and the Deputy Minister said they were going to follow up on with the police in relation to the protests on the way into Kruger at our last meeting, just some feedback on those meetings. And then just very quickly, thank you to Mr. Dziba for clarifying the issue with those 89 animals. I think the confusion was that came straight after the discussion on rhino. And I think the assumption from most members was that you were referring to 89 rhino. But as we understand, we weren't referring to any rhino. They were all other animals. So to confirm that not a single rhino has been translocated inside South Africa, but instead we are translocating them to Mozambique. I just want to find out, in terms of the TB question, why is it that one can sell a rhino with TB, or a rhino that potentially has TB, but we can't translocate them? That's just something I'm just puzzled by, but maybe you can answer that nice and quickly. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Bryant, Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chair. I think there was an issue on the local content, which was only in one park, but it is a serious problem that it's not being complied to as required by DTI. So it's a serious problem, and I want to know what is the strategy to or corrective measures so that they must comply. I know I've raised it with the previous entity. Then the other one is the payment of contractors in the absence of valid contracts, which is really not correct. And I don't see any reason why a contractor can be paid without a proper contract, because According to SCM processes, there must be in the RFQ that is being prepared by the project manager, and then it goes to SCM, it gets advertised, then after there's a contract that must be awarded. So I don't see how can that happen, and what are the corrective measures to those who did that, to those officials? Because even if you can stop or cancel that contract, that contractor cannot take you to court because there's no legal contract. And then the other one is the evaluation of RFQ document, of which there's a wrong deviation. They use the wrong deviation. I just want to know currently how are you correcting this, and was the RFQ not checked by the project manager and the senior official from the finance and SCM to double check the correctiveness before it gets advertised and the contract is awarded? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mbata. Thank you, Honorable Bryant. I'm going to invite the CFO and the CEO. Hopefully they'll be able to tackle some of those issues unless they delegate anybody, and then we'll go straight to the minister. I see.
Yes, Honorable Chair, I'm also about to lose electricity. So if I do go off, my apologies. Regarding the engagement with the police, we have had other engagements, Honorable Bryant, with SAPS at provincial level. Not directly with the minister, the deputy minister, but I have handled those arrangements or those engagements with the Kruger-Lohfeldt Chamber of Commerce, in particular, and Tourism Business Council of South Africa, that we work very closely with regards to dealing with the stability and security in that general area. I cannot say to you that there are any specific outcomes, and I do not expect that there would be one of those situations where you have an engagement and a situation is immediately resolved. I'll ask Minister to handle this particular matter because of the depth and the complexity of the socio-political and socio-economic issues around the Kruger. And I would prefer if she were to handle it. But nevertheless, to continue to assure you that these issues are handled both at Kruger National Park level, at local level, and at senior level, at Pretoria level, as and when required. Politically, I will leave the Minister humbly to deal with that matter. CFO, in the interest of time, let me just pass this other question on to you regarding the procurement issues. If you can just cover that very quickly, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Acting CEO. I'll try to be brief. And thank you also to Chairperson. So on the local content, it has been resolved. We are complying with the local content. That's the instruction that is really issued out towards the organization, and we have tested those transactions and we are quite comfortable. The issue of a valid contract, it's not that contracts are not in place. So this relates to a point where at the end of the contract, maybe the last payment has exceeded the amount of the contract. So that's what it says. It says if by the time you make the last leg of the payment, that contract was not valid by the fact that you might, let's say the contract is 10 Rand, but eventually in the last invoice, you have to pay an additional 1 Rand. That particular 1 Rand, it's not a valid portion of that, but the contract is already in place, and we make sure that we do that for all our tenders. The one that Honorable Member Mbata is referring to in terms of the score It was a very unfortunate incident in Kgalagadi because SCM people are very careful in calculation of the score, and there's a formula that is in the triple PFA regulation in terms of how you calculate the score. But the problem happens when the request comes now for an event that is happening tomorrow, which put everybody under pressure, and it's very easy to make mistake in those instances. It's not something that we condone or we're proud of, but I think a little bit of planning within our unit will help in that situation so that those mistakes are not made. Thank you.
There's an issue, CEO, raised by Honorable Ganjo of Hollywood. Did you hear that?
Yes, Chair.
Can the chair of the board answer the Hollywood question? You can't ask the actor
Thank you.
to answer Hollywood.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Minister.
maybe we must change the name and call it Carltonville, you know. But that's fine.
You wish.
May I go? Are you there? I think I saw her leave the portal at some point. I'm trying to check if she's there.
Chair, she just sent me a message to say she's got kicked out. Load shedding just started, but
Yeah,
maybe
I think she has registered at
maybe she will sort her. Maybe she will sort her devices. But if she doesn't, I think she must respond in writing to that question.
Okay, two things how we resolve now. The matter of Carltonville, it will be responded to in writing. And Chilega is here. There's a matter of rhino poaching that must be resolved in committee. Please schedule a meeting so that we then discuss this matter in committee. The reason is because some of the details cannot be shared in this platform. That is how we resolve on these two matters. Agreed?
Okay, Chair.
Sure. Right. Can we then move to Isimangaliso Wetland Park Authorities? Is the chairperson of the board here?
Yes, I am.
Sure. Let's proceed. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I realize that it's very dark where I am. If I can be allowed to switch off the video. Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Modise, for the opportunity given to Isimangaliso Authority to present the 2021-2022 Annual Performance Report and the annual financial statements. I would like to express my greetings to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Minister, Minister Chrissy, Honorable Deputy Minister, government officials present, CEOs and colleagues from sister entities. With me is the CEO of Isimangaliso Wetland Park, Mr. Sibusiso Bukhosini, the CFO, Ms. Mdambo, and the strategy manager, Ms. Nduli. Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, I'm pleased to report that Isimangaliso is working very hard in fulfilling its three-pronged mandate, which include maintaining of the World Heritage status of Isimangaliso, promotion of ecotourism, and enhancing relationships with communities within and adjacent to the park in order to make a contribution to issues related to poverty, economic inequalities, and job creation. In its effort to do this, Isimangaliso has been able to achieve 100% of the overall performance in all of its 4 programs, which are as follows: corporate, support services, biodiversity conservation, tourism and business development, and also socioeconomic environment development. Chairperson, I am pleased to report that Isimangaliso also managed to receive an unqualified external audit opinion for the 2021-2022 financial audit. You will recall, Chairperson, that at our previous presentations, we were really hoping for a clean audit, but we missed this because of just one matter which relates to SCM. But I must really indicate at this point that the entity has come up with the audit action plan, which has been prepared in order to address that finding with an aim of getting a clean audit in 2023. The CEO and the CFO will elaborate on this matter. At this point, I wish to highlight the following. One, that the entity works very hard to ensure that it complies with all statutory requirements as part of its program 1. And I also would like to indicate that as part of its program 2, Isimangaliso takes serious strides in ensuring that the World Heritage status is maintained by ensuring that the ecological integrity of the ecosystems is maintained. To that end, a number of environmental audits have been conducted. May I also add that the estuary management program has also been put in place. And at this point, I think it is important that I also highlight the fact that the St. Lucia Lake, the mouth of the St. Lucia Lake is still open through, of course, the intervention of Mother Nature. And the CEO will also expand on other activities that are part of program 2. The entity is also trying very hard at this point in time to reduce its dependence on government grants. So to that end, financial sustainability is the standing item on the agenda of the board. As part of program 3, which is tourism and business development, the entity is currently implementing its commercialization strategy. I am pleased, Honorable Chair and honorable members of this committee, to report that 40% of this strategy has already been implemented. Also of significance is that some of the tourism infrastructure located within Isimangaliso have been upgraded. And of course, we have witnessed an increase in the revenue that is generated through tourism. The CEO will also elaborate on this in his presentation. I would like to indicate again that the entity continues to make serious strides towards enhancing its commitment to working closely with the stakeholders, particularly people that live within and also adjacent to the park, as well as people in parks, commercial and subsistence farmers, SMMEs, claimants. This is very important because it really addresses the third mandate of the entity. Now, due to its evident good working relationships with people in parks, the entity hosted the Makuya community from the 12th to the 14th of October 2022. And the purpose of their visit was really to share information so that we are able to exchange information, especially on wildlife economy. I think it is also important that at this point, I indicate that the entity has really made sure that it strengthens its relationships with the communities that are within and adjacent to the communities. When if you recall, Honorable Chairperson, in our presentations in previous years, we always indicated that there were conflicts, but at the moment, I can confidently say that we no longer experience the conflicts that we used to experience in previous years. And this is due to the hands-on approach that the CEO and his team has embarked on in engaging all our stakeholders, making sure that there are continuous engagement and that they participate in a number of activities that take place within the park. Lastly, Chairperson, I would like to report that the entity, when it comes to its finances, I can indicate that the entity is in a healthy financial position compared to the same period during the previous financial year. You will recall, Chairperson, that previous year, financial year, we
Thank you, Chairperson of the Board. Greetings to Chairperson of the session, Honorable Mutisa, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee who are present, the Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, Chairpersons of the boards of entities, CEOs present, and colleagues who are with us here today. A very good afternoon to all of you. Chairperson, our presentation is going to be very brief. This is because despite all the challenges that we all aware of the COVID and the pandemic that we experienced in 2020-2021, as well as the 2021-22 financial year, Isimangaliso kept its head above board. And I'm happy to bring to your attention that in presenting our annual performance report in 2021-2022, if we may proceed to the next slide, our performance in terms of the predetermined objectives was 100%. Next slide, please. We had 57 targets that we had set ourselves, 11 for corporate support services, and biodiversity conservation was 11, and tourism and business development was 13, socioeconomic environment and development was 22, and all in total it was 57, and all those targets were achieved. That is why if you look at our annual performance report, it is recording and reporting 100%. I am not having any red to present, Chairperson, which then makes me to go straight into the issue of the audit, and the financial statements which the CFO is going to present. But the Chairperson and honorable members, if you would want us to highlight or indicate certain issues, we will definitely do. But just for your information, we had the Investor Summit, which if you go to program 3, and it's just those are highlights, but it's included in the report, where we've presented an issue of us having finalized the summit successfully, and we are going ahead with that. And I think the Chairperson of the board did indicate what we have done in as far as that is concerned to date. So Chairperson, allow me to now hand over to our CFO to talk to us about the outcome as well as the issue of the financials of the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, CEO. Thank you for the opportunity, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Minister, and good afternoon, Chairperson as well, Deputy Minister. All protocol observed, honorable portfolio members, good afternoon. I would like to go to slide number 36. Yes, the entity received an unqualified audit opinion. As the Chairperson has mentioned, that we only had one finding that we were not able to pass. We were supposed to receive our clean audit, and that finding, it was in relation to non-compliance in terms of SEM related, which was like there was one supplier where it passed to the next level of functionality which was not supposed to pre-qualification, but that service provider did not obtain the bid, but the other service provider received. The only impact of that was that if the service provider would have received that tender, would have been an irregular expenditure. But in this case, the person did not get it. But the reason why AG had to penalize us, it was a second time. But considering that, we also, as management, has developed an action plan to address this particular finding. If we can go to the next slide, as part of the steps that we have taken to improve our clean audit, is that we have considered the internal and external audit findings and had developed an action plan. This we do on an ongoing basis. At the same time, we also taking our SEM employees and our SEM bid committees to training on quarterly basis. This is currently what we are doing right now. And also, before any tender is being awarded to any service provider, whether it be RFQ or whether it be RFP, we take it to our internal auditors so that they can express their opinion, and we appoint, even myself, before I sign it off, and also the CEO before he signs it off, we take it to our internal auditors. We have our resident internal auditors that is available on full-time basis, so that we do not find ourselves breaking any laws. So then the last point on our audit action plan is that we are doing quarterly financial statements that we are able to identify any misstatements that might happen. So we have actually presented the first 2 quarters of the financial statement as we speak now. So I'd like to go to the next slide, just to highlight. Okay, excuse me. Just to highlight the revenue that we have received as the entity. We are when we are comparing 2021 financial to this year, we had moved from 28 million to about 33 million, which is like an increase of about 4 million. And also on grants, the reason our grants reduced, on the year of 2021, that is when we had received the presidential stimulus because of COVID. But in this year, we did not receive any presidential stimulus. And these grants that were recognized had to do with EPWP programs, our capital grants, as well as the one for the operating grant, which is about 43 million. And then in terms of the expenditure, our expenditure we maintain across. We did not have any over budgeting in terms of our expenditure, and we did not receive any material misstatement from Auditor General. And the surplus was about 28.4 million, which we had submitted to Treasury to retain it, because we have, if you move to the next slide, you will see on our financial position. You can go to the next slide, please. On the next slide, this one talks to the budgeting. If we can go to the next slide, the one that talks to we can go to the next one with financial position. So if you look at our financial position, our assets increased from 766 million to 830 million. But in it, if you look at our current assets, even though we say we are liquid, but we still need that a surplus in order to cover our operations. We have the contract that are existing, which we need to make sure we're able to meet all those obligations. So in terms of being liquid, we are still liquid as we have mentioned before. So we're able to meet our obligation on monthly basis. And also we have considered the current liabilities into current assets. So far, the new thing that we have done in this financial year, honorable members, was that we registered for VAT, and we started to receive, it's a more of a cash flow item. So we started to receive all our receivables from SARS. Thank you so much, Chairperson. That's all we can mention in terms of the finances, but everything, okay. The other thing that I also need to mention, CEO, was that in terms of irregular expenditure, AG saw that we had treated everything well. We do not have much that need to be attended in line with irregular expenditure. We have addressed all the in terms of the investigations were done and submitted to Treasury as well. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, CFO. I'll hand over back to the person. And the C one, she said we are liquid, Chairperson. She did not mean that we are liquidated.
Please. Okay, can we, honorable members, I invite you to, by sign of hands, let's engage the presentation, please. Honorable Paulsen, you'll be the first. Honorable Phillips, you'll be the second. Okay, in that order, let's proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'd just like to know the presenter. Thanks for the presentation. The presenter said that the mouth of St. Lucia's opened thanks to nature's intervention. But what contingency do we have in place should nature not work in our favor? And then the next question is, are there any land claims from neighboring communities, and how many of these claims are outstanding, and what is being done to address these land claimants? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Paulsen. Honorable Phillips.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the question. I have a question which is similar to Honorable Paulsen's, that maybe just need a little bit more detail. What I would like to know is, has the water level dropped in the river and in the estuary? And also, what progress has been made in removing the silt and the reeds in the river and the back channels, as recommended by the high-level panel at the beginning of this year already? And then I'd also like to know how much of the invasive plants along the coastline that we saw on our visit with the chair, I think it was in December 2021, we saw all these invasive plants, and I'd like to know what the progress is on removing those invasive plants. And then I also would like to know what is being done about the severe water shortage that was experienced at ablution blocks in Isimangaliso over the December holiday period last year, to ensure that it doesn't reoccur this year. And then my pet project, I'm sure you all know by now, is I would like to know how far the administration block is that has cost a lot of money so far, and the last time that I was there was standing derelict. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Phillips. Let me check if there are other hands. Okay, Honorable Paulsen, I suspect this is a legacy hand. Okay, just on my side, perhaps let's start by congratulating you. And we noted your emphasis, CEO. You repeated it maybe 3 times already. Just one. We note that. Perhaps next time when we meet, we would not have missed even that one. By the way, we'll never clap hands for a fish that swims. It's his job, but congratulations. but 2 things for me, Mr. CEO. There has been a community beneficiation scheme there in Isimangaliso. and this scheme had been developed and approved. What does this scheme entail, and what role will or is the private sector playing in order to ensure and guarantee the sustainability of this scheme? I read about it somewhere, and I thought, no, because we're going to meet, let me just throw it here. But then too, I think on your program 4, Mr. CEO, there's been a number of meetings with Amakos, where and all the targets, those targets were met on the land claims and co-management. So I just wanted to check what progress has been achieved. What progress has been achieved through these meetings, and if there are still challenges with regards to the land claims, what is Isimangaliso doing about it, or what have you undertaken to ensure that there's implementation towards this resolution? I'm raising this out of courtesy and just from the back of my head. I'm hopeful that we'll get responses. Should we give the CEO first?
Thank you, Chairperson, and to honorable members for the questions asked. Let's start with Honorable Olsen. I think he was asking a question on the do we have in place, although I was not too clear what contingencies that referring to, but I think what I would say is that remember, honorable members, there was a decision that was taken by the authority, which is ourselves, to assist the mouth for the purposes of addressing the issues of the silting of the salinity and the alien invasive vegetation was seen to be compound the story. And following that, there was an outcry, and the minister responded to that outcry by appointing a team, the independent people who were looking into whether, when we executed that function, did we do it in accordance with within the prescribed legal framework, and whether science was also taken into cognizance and all those other issues, this to include the socio-economic issues. Now, when the minister was presenting the report, one of the key issues that she talked about at length was the issue of the intervention plan, especially of the recommendations that were put in place as a response to address the issue of adaptive management, because clearly we all agree, and we still all agree, that the system will require intervention at some point, because which is leading to adaptive management because of the gross human intervention with the system. So all the plans that we talk about contingencies will then be found in that plan. That includes your issues of your silt, removing the sludge or dealing with the issue of the sludge, dealing with the issue of the alien invasive, which Honorable Phillips was talking about, which I will talk to later, and quite a number of other issues. The monitoring plan, though, becomes the key driver of this whole thing. So that is what is in place. You will also recall that in my response to questions that were raised by honorable members previously, I also did indicate that in as much as this matter seems to be an Isimangaliso issue, but clearly it is not an issue of Isimangaliso alone. It's a government issue. It is in that context that we now have the farmers in place working with us. We've got the DELRAT working with us. We've got the Department of Water and Sanitation working with us. Recently, we've just had meetings with the farmers where they were making a commitment to deal with the issues of cleaning the levees and building the dam, to deal with other issues of preventing the inundation of their farms in certain areas. And that was on the 21st of September. And recently, we've also met with the Department of Water and Sanitation and DALRAT to also look at these contingency measures, the surveys, the reserve determination, and all those other issues. So basically, in terms of adaptive management and to respond to the situation that is currently at hand, those are the contingency measures that we have. Over and above that, there was an outcry about the issue of capacity, and we're working on that in terms of appointing resident ecologists who are going to make sure that from time to time, they work on these issues going forward. Are there any land claims and how many and what is being done to resolve them? Yes, there are land claims. We have about 14 land claims. Remember when I did my initial presentation, then I talked about 12 Amakosi, but we then have about 14 land claims throughout the park. Some of those land claims have been settled, some have not been settled. Some are sitting at Section 42D, basically meaning that there is an understanding between ourselves and the claimant community on how the claims be resolved, obviously in line with the prescribed format, looking at the Restitution of Land Rights Act, the NEMPA, as well as all legislation which are applicable. So we deal with them in that context, which basically means that in as much as the land claim is going to be resolved, but there shall be no physical occupation, the management authority of that park is going to continue doing so. The land use is not going to change, but there shall be issues of benefit sharing for the communities, obviously in line with the Cabinet Memorandum and the aspirations of that memorandum, which is a Cape Vital Memorandum 2003. But unfortunately, Honorable Paulson, I cannot make any significant comments in as far as how land claims that have not been resolved are going to be resolved, because that is not our competency, but it is that one of the Department of Land Affairs, obviously through the commission or the Land Claims Commission, which is dealing with that. And I think those are the people who will be better positioned to respond to that. All that we deal with when it comes to this situation is to say, how best can we work together so that resolving these land claims does not compromise the management of the protected areas, but also it contributes in improving the socio-economic conditions of those communities. Honorable Phillips, you were asking about, has the water levels dropped? Yes, it looks like they have dropped. I have physically been at Mapelane area myself, and I realized that water has dropped. We are just yet to get the appropriate levels, the quantified, because there's someone who's monitoring that on daily basis from our side, who is in the services of Esbelo, KZN and Wildlife. So there is that drop. And more interestingly, even when you look at the system itself, the silt, that dark mud which you saw, especially close to the mouth, and I'm sure you've seen it, it is now beginning to get out of the system, which basically means that there is progress that is being made, especially with the mouth being left open for a very long time like this. Progress that has been made in addressing the issue of the silt and the reed, I think that again goes back to what I was talking about. It is the implementation of the plan which we're talking about, which is currently underway in terms of preparing with the departments and the players that are involved, private and public, just to make sure that when we do this, we don't do it as Isimangaliso, as I said, but we do it collectively, because it's an issue that needs to be dealt with through the collective. So as we speak, as I was addressing the issue which was asked by Honorable Paulson, those are the issues that we've already done to date to try and respond to these challenges. How much of the invasive plants removal? I'm sure you are referring to the Kasserine. 75%, in fact, 75 hectares of that has been removed. I think our problem at the moment, as you probably know again, is the infestation of crocodiles. So as soon as water level goes up, we have a problem that the contractor cannot be there because there is a risk in terms of the contractor being affected. In fact, 2 contractors being affected by crocodiles and hippos and so on, because they are now residing in that area. And I'm sure you've seen them. It's quite exciting when you go to the estuary to see how nature is now responding to that. So there is a removal as we speak, in as far as that is concerned. And 2 contractors that are currently on site. And I think 75 hectares, as I said, has been removed of Kasserine. So there is that progress that is currently being made in as far as that. I did not get your question about December, but I would imagine you are referring to the noise and many other things. What we've done, as you probably will recall, last year, we had security guards trying to man entrance areas where we were controlling people coming with liquor to our beaches. And it was a very effective strategy. We got cooperation even from the members of the police, from the St. Lucia the Rates Association, Rudy and the likes. Very supportive, and I think we're doing very well with managing that situation. So we are going to follow suit. This coming December, we're going to do the same thing, because it is proving to us that if we manage that, we do not have too many instances of drowning and rape and many other unwanted behaviors in the beach. But of course, we'll continue to try and do that. Honorable Phillips, to come back to your pet question, you'll be very pleased if you were to go to the administration block to see that we are now roofing that. And I think they're also putting windows. So it is sitting at about 80% completion now. So that building is going to be finished very soon. So we are doing very well in terms of progress there. Chairperson, you were asking about the beneficiation scheme. We are working very hard with the claimant community, a number of other stakeholders, to make sure that there is beneficiation. But of course, it's a long journey that we are embarking on. We are still finalizing and fine-tuning the scheme itself, so that when we talk about benefit sharing, it will be benefit sharing in the true sense of benefit sharing. As we speak now, we are, and I'm sure you are aware, that some of the land claims that are resolved, claimants have money in the form of your 22, 20, and 20 and 30 million in their trust accounts. And interestingly, they've been having these monies for more than 20 years now, yet nothing is happening. So we've challenged them, and we brought Itala on board to say there are these opportunities that we are now unlocking. For instance, the small caps, which we've advertised, and I'm sure you've seen it on the newspaper, the website, and the government tender port. And we're saying we would want them to organize themselves to participate in that economy of the park, but also to open up their minds to look at issues like opening your laundromats outside of the park, wherein we can start looking at the issue of saying, when there's linen inside the protected area or inside the resort, it can be watched by those communities. In that way, we believe that will be true benefit sharing, because they will be benefiting as a result of the park being in place. So when there is a bus of tourists coming towards St. Lucia, they will definitely not stop it, because they know that the following day they have linen to wash and pockets to fill with money the following day. So I think that's the beneficiation scheme that we're looking at, and probably a number of other activities. And we are engaging with them on those, because we now need them to benefit not only through employment, but also through business opportunities. There are 200 youth that we've appointed through the Groensebenza, which is another part of benefit sharing. There is also 200 youth that we appointed, obviously, through the National Tourism for tourism safety monitors, the department, the environmental monitors program, about 130. So immediately, once you talk about benefit sharing, you can see that you have at minimum 530 that are currently employed who would otherwise not be employed today had it not been for this department and Isimangaliso. So now, if you look at the employment statistics of Umkhanyabude, where 52.3% in particular being youth unemployed. Now you can clearly see that the efforts demonstrate a clear attack on that situation as we are talking. The meeting with Amakosi, I would say that it is beginning to really bear fruits for us as Isimangaliso and for conservation in general, because now we have a situation where Amakosi at some point they take a center stage and discipline members of the community who are doing things that are untowards. But also we are beginning to get members of the community, if they see something that is wrong that is happening in the park, they are the ones that are now reporting. I think for me, those are big indicators that there is now a working relationship. So we meet with them, we allow them, and remember, we also attend the traditional council meetings. We allow all the user groups like your fishing cooperatives to be there, express their opinions, and we attend to those issues. And that in itself has really changed the attitude of the communities. I think members will probably recall that there was an issue with the Futululu land invasion, where certain people were arrested, and there was a case that was opened, and there was a second attempt, and there was again an arrest. Inkosi Mkhwanazi stepped in and condemned that, and clearly, without fear or favor, indicated to his community that people who are doing illegal things must face the full might of law. And those who are preferring to work and work with us and align with law, we are working with them. And that is where we discuss the issue of benefit sharing. Because as you know, there will always be people somewhere in the communities doing something that is untowards, but you then need strong leadership from the side of Amakosi, from the side of the user groups, from the side of your land claimants and your ordinary members of the community. But they can only provide that support if they see that there are tangible benefits that accrue to them as a result of the presence of the park, which is exactly what we are now doing. You will recall, Chairperson, that I did indicate in my previous presentations and slides that there was about 241 million that we allocated in terms of empowering our communities. And if you look at our RFP and our RFQs in terms of local content, you will see that we always exceed that 80%, because that's how serious we are in terms of empowering these communities, and hence the change of attitude in our parks. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope I addressed all the questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. CEO. Let me just check if there are follow-ups from honorable members. Honorable Phillips, I'm sure she wants to ask you about that baby of hers. Honorable Phillips, please come in.
Thank you so much. No, it was actually on the question in December that the CEO didn't hear. It was about the shortage of water that was experienced in ablution blocks in Isimangaliso. Has the problem been addressed so that it doesn't reoccur in this coming season? That was my question. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Phillips. Mr. CEO.
Very much, Honorable Phillips. that problem has now been resolved. I'm sure if you visit our areas, our uploaded blocks, we've really refurbished most of them, and the problem of water has also been attended to. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chrissy.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, as we do a summary, I see all the members who are speaking here are smiling. I'm not too sure for what. I suspect these unqualified audit outcomes from the AG. If you may, kindly give us a summary and then we close.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think that the way in which we have approached the presentations that the entities have been making today is really to say that we want to give the committee an assurance that there is a focus on the issues that have been raised by the Auditor General. I think that what we know is we're very proud that all of our entities, including the Marine Living Resources Act, all of the entities got unqualified audits. But we are also have a concern that we're not moving any of the entities from unqualified audits to clean audits. And I think that in the presentations we have given members today, we have been showing the focus and the work that the boards and the management of the entities are having, so that we try to address the nitty-gritties that remain outstanding, and we can start to transition at least one or two of these entities towards clean audits. So I think that was the purpose of these presentations, and obviously it's still work in progress, and we thank the honourable members for the due diligence that they have been conducting over the audit outcomes, because we see that as being a very important part of the accountability process and the assurance process. So, Chair, that really would be all I would want to say, and thank you very much. And let me also thank the Deputy Minister for holding the fort this morning. As honourable members may be aware, I did have a presentation I had to make at the Standard Bank Climate Conference. So I just also want to take the opportunity to thank the Deputy Minister for holding the fort and for the committee for their understanding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Thank you very much to all the chairpersons of the entities. Thank you very much to all the CEOs and the CFOs who made the presentations today. This was quite long and quite informative. I just deliberately avoided taking lunch so that we can allow other members to do other extra work. But this was fruitful. We hope to get a better results in the next cycle of the Auditor General, but we are quite happy. And then Chileka will liaise with all members of the committee and liaise with the office as it relates to how we resolved on the issue of the in-committee meeting to get a briefing on what are the strategies that we're going to deploy as it relates to the approach towards the rhino approach. So we hope that this is done before we leave for the climate change conference in Egypt. With all of that being said, I want to take this opportunity and thank you very much, all the participants, even those who just joined and listened to us. We are happy. Please join us again in future. Thank you very much, and the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.